perfectly, a truly exquisite gemstone can be crafted into a work of art.
Good evening and welcome to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. But the most exciting part of the evening is that we're also joined by the lovely Janet. How you doing, Janet? You right?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Have you been excited by the products you've seen so far today?
Yeah. It's like Christmas.
It is like Christmas, isn't it?
It's fab. Yeah, so yeah, really excited about tonight.
Oh, great. Okay, cool. So we have got some amazing premiere products to bring you. We've got some fantastic wholesale bundles as well. Janet's going to be inspiring us throughout the evening with some of her designs and, of course, just a little bit of advice, top tips for all of you jewellery makers out there as well. Where do you want me to start then, producer Helen? Yes, okay, let's get straight off the mark with a beautiful wintry offering. I mean, to be honest, these are going to work all year round, offering that gorgeous neutrality that clear quartz does, as well as that very traditional sparkle that I suppose people might predominantly associate with diamonds, although of course it's just to do with the refractive index, and therefore when you get the light being dispersed by the faceting on the gemstone, it sparkles beautifully, doesn't it? And here you've got very, very definitive facets, these beautiful sort of square-shaped facets. Absolutely gorgeous. It makes the gemstone a statement piece in my mind. 85 carats on this strand in total. I'll give you a quick count. It will be a guesstimation. It's always judged based on the carat weight as opposed to the number of stones, but just to give you an idea, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 gemstones on there. So because they're top drill drops, you could easily use them in the more traditional sets, whether it's sort of droplet style earrings and a pendant, or of course in your bridal pieces because you've got that neutrality. But actually, the last time Jan and I were together, you were talking about some people limiting their designs based on where the drill holes place or the size of the gemstone. You don't need to do that, do you? It's about experimenting and finding a way to incorporate them into the design you want to create.
Yeah. I think if you get that strand, I mean, again, like for me, yeah, first thing I would think about is making a ring with
rings,
those.
Yeah. That's what we were actually talking about, wasn't it? The top drill drops for rings, yeah. So you set them horizontally, and you just use the drill hole as an anchor.
Use the drill hole to anchor it onto the to the shank of the ring, and then you can do whatever wire work design you want around it.
Amazing. So there you go. You see, some people might have been limiting the designs they've been able to create based on the cut or the shape or where the drill hole's placed, but there's no need to do that. It's about finding a way, I suppose. Would you go along with that?
That's exactly right. I think if you see a gemstone and you think, I would love that in a ring or I would love that in a bracelet, then, you know, 9 times out of 10, there's a way of making it happen. So just experiment, and like you say, don't limit yourself. Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely, there you go. Top tip from Jan, you go on product 1. This is our show starter. We are going to show you what we're made of on this particular product, because of course here at Jewellery Maker, it's our job to provide you with add it to your order prices. And of course, at the moment, if you spend a certain amount on our website, spend £50, you get a free gift added to your order. So there you go. Always adding to the value we offer you here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, especially when we're offering you a price reduction on an essential gemstone such as clear quartz. Start dialing that free phone number right now. I only have double figures of availability on this particular item. Should be $8.95, although that already seems a little bit ridiculous in terms of the value for 85 carats when you've got faceted clarity like this from your clear quartz. But we're not staying there, taking it down to the lowest possible price we can show you on our live show, £6.95 for 85 carats of clear quartz today. That is an amazing price point, especially when you start to think about maybe some of the commissions you might receive over the next 8 to 10 weeks, where if you are somebody who receives bridal commissions, for example, I mean, it's an essential, you're probably buying 2 or 3. But what about the potential of this strand? If you're thinking about attending craft fairs, for example, you know this is going to go along with any other gemstone in your collection. We've gone global with this particular deal, so we're sending these to the continent, to the States, as well as across the UK. Congratulations, let's try it in English. Congratulations to Patricia. You've got 2 of these. Don't forget, we're never going to limit you to 1 strand or anything like that. We want to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs, and so we offer these as wholesale price points, but only for 60 minutes. So on the late show, it's slightly different to the other shows you'll see here on Jewellery Maker. There is a little more urgency. On many occasions, we will actually be dealing with last of stock items, so the end of the line for many of these items. Who knows if we'll be able to get them back in stock, and we'll also take them down to the lowest possible price. £6.95 is our clearance price this evening for 85 carats of clear quartz. Lots of people coming through for that particular deal, and don't forget, if you're adding it to your basket, you only get 60 minutes, so take advantage, check it out, and you've actually got an extended money back guarantee all the way until the end of January to make your final decision. More people coming through multi-buying, so we're going to move on with that particular deal. Congratulations if you got hold of it. And we're moving on to some beautiful pearls. Now traditionally, I think when you see this colour tone, you would think of quite feminine designs. Say again, sorry? Oh, we're going to do a price reduction on this particular item as well, giving you an early heads up. We are pretty busy this evening, so it's quite useful to hear early on. If we're taking the price down low, ignore what you can see if you're shopping at JewelleryMaker.com, and just add it to your basket, but make sure you check out as quickly as possible. Now, I think predominantly when you look at this, you see quite a feminine tone. Very peachy, almost sort of an apricot shade there, really. But it's going to depend what you match it up with, because if you include these in quite a subtle design, you could draw on the feminine hues and draw the pinks from the pearls. But of course, if you put it with earthier tones, you might start to draw some of the orange tones out. I'm thinking maybe for sort of an autumnal piece, maybe with smoky quartz, something like that.
Oh, that looks good.
Do you like that? There you go.
Yeah, very much.
Now I'm on to a winner if Jan's going to agree with me. That smoky quartz is actually a premiere launch coming up later in the show. Have you got that one? Or am I just teasing Jan now?
No, I haven't got that one.
Do you know what?
Oh.
I've just said the price point on the smoky quartz. It's going to sell out instantly. You got to get on the phone lines early for that one. But I'm just thinking about the creative scope for the strands that we have here on the show. These are, for my mind, luxury pearls. They're over 10 millimeters in size. Very subtle variations between, well, pretty much a millimeter all in all, between 10 by 9 to up to 11 by 10. And very slight organic inclusions on the surface of the mineral itself, so that helps. Again, you know, we talk about this quite regularly, but you might be new to us, and of course if you are a regular jewellery maker, you've probably actually felt the benefits of being offered that credibility from that organic finish, where you do get the very subtle irregularities on the surface of the pearl. Just shows your customers you're not working with faux pearls. People are a little bit standoffish about faux pearls these days. I think maybe it's partly because of our prices here on JewelleryMaker, because we can offer you the real deal, probably for a similar price that other people pay for faux pearls from certain suppliers. So this is where it's at, especially at a luxury size in this beautiful dark peach tone. Currently, this strand is available on our website for $19.95. Amazing for luxury pearls of this size, but we're not staying there. We are going to take them down to a clearance price this evening, so should be $19.95. We're taking them down to $14.95. Just put, not only have we put £5 back in your pocket, but we're actually offering you a luxury item here for a wholesale price. That's my perception of this, based on my own personal research, and I can't find a supplier that can provide you with luxury pearls for this kind of price point.
No.
If you were to go to a boutique to buy a pearl necklace, A, it's quite rare to find pearls of this size, but also you could be talking about paying 3-figure sums. So even if you wanted to double, treble, quadruple your money, you'd still be offering your customers better value than they'd find on the high street, potentially.
I love pearls.
Yeah?
I love pearls. It's my birthstone, as it is yours.
Yes, absolutely.
So I love it because of that. But I just love the beauty of them and the scope that it gives you as well, because
Yes.
you can keep it really classic.
Yeah.
And you know, go for the classic sort of end of the market, or you can make it really funky and go for the younger end of the market. So it spans across the ages, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think when you're making these pearls and you're selling your jewellery, you're making heirlooms, things,
Absolutely.
something that's going to be passed down from generation to generation.
I think I would agree with that. There seems to be an inherent value attached to pearls, isn't there?
Yeah.
Like grandmothers pass them down to their daughter or their granddaughter, even great-grandmothers.
Yeah.
So they go through the generations, don't they? The people have that kind of association with pearls, and that is really the greatest value you can attach to a piece of jewellery. In all honesty, the fact that it gets passed down from generation to generation, because ultimately we don't know whether the mineral's ever going to be worth anything in the future, but if it means something to you, that sentimental value is, you know, irreplaceable, really. $14.95 is your price point this evening for luxury dark peach cultured pearls. We're moving on. Got a lot to fit in tonight. Oh, now these are quite autumnal as well, although if you're a regular viewer you'll know that I think orange gemstones work all year round, and these certainly do, because you've got, again, a sort of inconsistency in the colour tone. So that variation in the colours, that graduation, I suppose, ranging from the subtle peach tones to the golden tones to the tangerines and even a few cherry reds there as well, allows you to work with these throughout the seasons in a variety of different designs. Again, you've got top drill drops, so you're only ever going to be limited by your own experimentation. I'm going to switch it up because I just saw Mark. He always giggles when I say you're only limited by your own creativity.
It's true.
It's true though. Yeah, thanks, Jan.
That's okay.
You can come back. You can come back. 120 carats of carnelian here. And of course, carnelian associated with those very fiery colour tones, almost like lava-like tones, I always think of when I consider carnelian. 120 carats in total, 12 millimeters in dimensions. Again, gorgeous faceting on the surface, quite traditional actually, because you've got checkerboard faceting here, so you can see from the depth of the colour, and of course that waxy lustre that you get from carnelian. Absolutely fantastic, very high end. Again, these are quite eclectic, aren't they? They'd work in everyday pieces, but because of that lustre, they'd work in more sophisticated pieces.
That's right, yeah. I mean, you could just make yourself a simple necklace to wear during the day, but like it would lend itself then to something then to wear in the evening.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
I might be tempted to pick some of these deeper colours for the sort of evening wear, and some of the golden tones or tangerines for the everyday pieces.
But if you want, I mean, if you are selling and you would just want to make earrings, I mean, perfect strand for that. You know, so to pick out the tones, and they don't have to be exact with earrings. You know, I'm a great believer of they don't have to be an exact match.
No, I think I agree with that, because actually, when people are buying bespoke jewellery, it's almost more of a draw to say it's one of a kind, and these sort of variations, if you look at those two, the colour's quite similar, but the banding makes them quite individual.
No, For
that
me,
as a pair of earrings.
perfect.
Yeah, that would work, wouldn't it?
Definitely.
And I suppose those inconsistencies again show that you're a credible designer because you're working with the real deal.
What would they look like with those pearls you just had?
That's a great suggestion actually, because you've got that deeper colour from the peach pearls, haven't you? Do you think that works?
So,
oh yes.
Yeah, I think that together
Definitely.
those are great.
So would you have like a pearl and then these as the droplet on a pair of earrings?
Yeah, that would look fabulous.
And then you're offering your customers 2 genuine gemstones, very sizable carat weights.
Yeah.
I did count up actually while you were talking there. You could make 12 pairs of earrings from this strand. You'd still have 1 left over to make a pendant as well.
Yeah.
So 25 gemstones on the strand. Again, could vary ever so slightly, but you are guaranteed 120 carats. We've got to get the price on screen because there's so many people getting involved with this deal. And it all becomes clear when you see the price. That's why people are flying through. Just $6.95 for over 100 carats of carnelian this evening. And carnelian is another quite traditional gemstone. It does have quite a rich history attached to it. The folklore suggests that carnelian again can be the kind of gemstone that might inspire creativity in the wearer. So there you go, could be a good one for jewellery makers. Wouldn't suggest you buy it for that reason, but I would suggest you buy it for the value. $6.95 for 120 carats. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Congratulations, you've got hold of that one. On here, I've got it. It's a 4-strander, is that right? Here we go, look at this. Now these are quite wintry colour tones again actually. And once again, you've got quite an organic finish to all of the gemstones actually. Let's have a look at this, because you've got your midnight blues, your icy tones there as well. I'll take you through the gemstones. These are your... Oh, really? Hold on a second, is that what I think it is? So these are your sort of white moonstone drops. And they range in size from 7x4 to 12x6. I love the adjurescence you've got on this particular strand. It's quite dramatic almost, because from the face of it you've got a white gemstone, but when you see the schiller, it's almost a silver tone. Love that beautiful schiller. Almost a silver tone. They're fantastic, aren't they? Then we've got this beautiful, almost teal colour. Actually, there's a real swirl of colours going on with these shell droplets. Perfect as maybe dragonfly wings for certain motifs, or petals are the obvious choice, I suppose, because you've got a uniformed petal shape there. These are actually classified as grey shell flat drops, but there's no grey on these, is there? They're almost like a petrol blue or a teal.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit deeper than a turquoise tone, but you're certainly getting turquoise hues from the actual nacre on the shell itself. So it's just a really interesting strand to me. I'm surprised that it's been classified as grey shell drops, because it really doesn't encapsulate everything that's going on there. They're fantastic. We're even getting sort of sky blues and neon blues from the little play of light on the surface. I love those. Those would be good for masculine designs actually.
Yeah, the colour is really lovely. Yeah, perfect. Because
you really have got a massive graduation of colours. It's literally like looking at one of those, you know, the little tester bits of cards you get at the side, because you've got sky blue, turquoise, teal, almost sort of British racing green in there as well. So there's a lot going on with the colour tone there, and it's all because of the nacre, quite similar to pearlescence that you get on a natural pearl, but this is actually shell. So it almost looks like abalone shell actually. Yeah, it does. That's the kind of effect you're getting. Really falling in love with them, they're fantastic. Then we've got this, quite dramatic sizes on your iolite here, beautiful rich violet tones, which of course is what you'd associate with the gemstone. Iolite, the name of the gemstone, is a Greek derivation of the word violet, in fact. And so these nuggets range in size from 7x6 to 17x9, so quite a healthy graduation in the sizes there. And we've also got another strand of moonstone as well. These are your sort of chip style nuggets. These range in size from 11 by 8 to 14 by 11, so a little more uniformed, and beautiful carat weight on there. Again, fantastic agirescence, that gorgeous shimmer on the surface of the gemstone just gives you those little subtle variations in the look that you can create. Love the colour tones here. Again, perfect for the winter season. I'm thinking if you got hold of the clear quartz, you've already paid your P&P. We've extended your money back guarantee until the end of January. And of course, if you spend over £50, you're going to get your free gift. So you might be looking for additions to your order. Look at that. I would put the clear quartz alongside this.
Wow.
What about you, Jan? Do you like that?
Yeah.
Does that work?
That adds perfectly, doesn't it?
Yeah, because it doesn't detract from any of the colour tones.
It just adds
But it
a
definitely
different
adds.
dimension to it, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Totally. So that's just a suggestion. That's how we open the show. Very limited availability remaining on that particular strand. If you want to get hold of this bundle, of course, anytime we create a wholesale bundle, we're able to offer you a unique discount price point. Normally, if you were to buy all 4 strands, it'd be $13.80. Already pretty impressive for genuine gemstones like Iolite Moonstone, which is both Jan and myself's birthstone. Could be a consideration over the Christmas period. Wow, under £10 for 4 strands. That's £2.49 per strand. That's amazing. You've got this gorgeous strand of Iolite. I haven't even pointed out just how long this is. Look at this.
It's a beautiful strand, isn't it?
It's like a
I made a
skipping
little
rope.
ring with just one of them. Do you want me to bring them over?
Yes, please, that'd be fantastic. So Jan's already put together a suite of jewellery for us.
I just made some
You
little
don't need
earrings.
my help. I
Little rings.
love those earrings.
There you go.
So I'm going to go for these first, actually, just because I fell in love with the shell so much. Look at that. So it just goes to show the kind of dynamic pieces you can create. I mean, if you saw those on the high street, you'd be expecting to pay £25, £30.
Yeah, and it's just 2 of the drops, you know, short pieces of the wire, earring findings, and that's it, and you've got a...
That's fantastic. And
Great pair of
again,
earrings.
the subtle variations in the banding on the surface makes them a bespoke piece, doesn't it?
I think it just adds interest to it, doesn't it?
Beautiful. Actually, this goes to show how well the colour tones in the bundle work together, because you could happily wear this ring and these earrings together. Look at this. Actually, on the black, it's not standing out with the violet tone, so I'll just put a little bit of skin tone behind it. There you go. So this, again, just goes to highlight the idea of using some of the more irregular cuts, some of the top drilled gemstones, but within ring designs. Look at that. One Iolite nugget in a ring. Fantastic. And this is a gemstone that, you know, collectors will be aware of. And that has to be £15, £20 piece of jewellery for me. But even if it was, you know, the end of a day, you wanted to cover the cost of your pitch or what have you, and you did want to lower the price to £10, you'd be covering the cost of the entire 4-strand bundle with one gemstone. How long would it take you to put together this ring, Jan?
Minutes.
Minutes?
It was simply, it was minutes.
So this is a complete no-brainer then. 4 strands of gemstones, 2 of which are from our Gems of Distinction range, at £2.49 each, and you can make your money back with, let's say, 5 minutes work and 1 gemstone. Yeah. Well, there you go. That's all you want to hear as a jewellery maker, isn't it? That's fantastic. That's not even where it ends, because of course these more gem heavy pieces are going to start to demand higher price points. This is where you suck somebody in with a £10 ring, it's taking you 5 minutes to make, then you start to say, oh, why don't you have a look at some of my more showcase pieces. So the combinations are fantastic here, and to get each strand for £2.49 each, I'm really impressed with that. I'll tell you what, there's no way Helena's leaving this late show anytime soon with bundles like this. There you go. Let's move on. Where are we going to? Okie dokie. Now again, I think we're going to have a lot of pearls based on the fact that not only are they Jan's favourite gemstone, because it's her birthday, but they're also producer Helena's favourite gemstone. Did you know this? I didn't know, no. She announced it on her first show, how much she loves pearls. And you can see why. We've already discussed their versatility this evening. When we talk about the versatility of a gemstone, we're really thinking about the kind of designs you can put together, and not the kind of designs you can emulate from our designers. We want you to be able to express your own creativity, your own personality within the designs. I think pearls always do that, because like Jan, sort of alluded to, pearls are perfect for, you know, your 7-year-old as a stretchy bracelet, but they're also perfect for a bride on her big day, and they're also perfect for your 87-year-old granny on her birthday. So you can't go wrong with pearls. They cover all the bases. They seem to be attached to contemporary design, traditional classic design, as well as vintage pieces. So you really are covering your bases with pearls. And here, for me, the colour tone makes them even more versatile than usual. One of the reasons for that is that these would work alongside amethyst so beautifully. Now this is a big draw for a lot of people who do attend craft fairs or commission a bespoke piece of jewellery design. Amethyst is probably the gemstone that demands the greatest amount of awareness. People are always drawn towards them. Not only have we got some, they are absolutely out of this world. Have a look at this for a combination. You like that, Jan?
Oh, I love those. That looks stunning, doesn't it?
I mean, that is one of the most fantastic qualities of amethyst we've seen for some time, actually.
And it looks perfect, doesn't it, with that colour pearl?
Because it's not identical. There's a subtle variation in the colour tones. They just complement each other beautifully, don't they? I actually would go along with the colour classification for once. They really are sort of plum tone, aren't they? Very, very rich. This, again, is a colour tone that's going to be popular with Mother of the Brides, apparently, over the next few months. I read that in my bridal magazine.
As you do.
I really did. I'm always the bridesmaid, and I'm never going to be the bride, put it that way. Love the combination here. And actually, the beautiful thing about working with cultured pearls as well is that you do get not only a play of light from the pearl essence, but a play of colour as well. So you get those subtle variations from the pearl. So you can have the consistency from the amethyst, and then you get the plum tones coming through on the base of it, but then you've also got sort of lavender tones, I would say, coming through on the pearl essence. So can't go wrong with this strand of pearls for my money, especially when you look at the actual shape. I know that they're slightly irregular, they're 12 by 10 mil, but again, if you're looking for scope, they've got the flat-based finish and the domed alternative. So if you think about solitaire rings in pearls are really popular, but actually probably create a trilogy. Depends on the size of your finger, that's based on my man finger. But also soutache designs could use them as a cabochon almost, sort of a cabochon pearl.
Yeah. Perfect for that, aren't they?
There you go, can't go wrong. Plum pearls here, 12 by 10 millimeters, so once again a luxury size. Again, it's almost a festive colour as well, isn't it? I suppose the purples, the rich purples, quite a sort of festive tone. Go along with your golds and your silvers and your reds and your greens.
Beautiful.
Pretty much a no-brainer. Once again, that's what we're here for on the Late Show, to provide you with added to your order prices. My word, luxury pearls for under £10 once again.
Wow.
She's amazing, isn't she?
She's good at this.
Helena's on fire since she joined the Late Show. She can't stop discovering treats within our stock. There you go, £7.95. I don't think I've seen these before. They've only previously featured on the show twice before today. We're already down to a limited availability on these. This is your last of stock opportunity. Can't say they're definitely all going to sell out in case people change their minds, but we do have a lot of interest on this strand. So for £7.95, once again, if you've paid your P&P and you want to add these to your order, you're never going to pay another P&P. You have until the 31st of January to make a final decision about the strand, but I don't think we're going to get too many of these returned to us. When you see the size, the quality and the beauty of this strand, you're definitely going to want these in your stash. We are going to move on, actually, since I've referenced it and we've seen them on air, we're going to bring you the opportunity to add the amethyst to your order. And I think everybody who's just been on the phone lines, you might just be coming through to your operator right now. We did create a short queue there, bringing you cultured pearls for £7.95. If so, stay on the line. We're about to bring you Gems of Distinction strand of amethyst at another wholesale price point, as far as I'm concerned. And again, the amethyst has only been seen twice prior to this evening, so who knows what comes up. You know, you might have missed it out, you might have had another commitment that morning and not seen the launch, and then They might have been on a designer inspiration show when you were out at lunch and you haven't seen this strand of amethyst before. I've got to say,
I miss them.
They are amazing, aren't
They're
they?
beautiful. They're absolutely stunning. Amethyst is my #1 favourite.
This is the one you're going to go for.
So
right.
for me, amethyst and pearls, it's, you know, happy days. But that is just a stunning colour, isn't it? Absolutely stunning.
Is it? I can't pin it down really. Is it the saturation of colour, which is so traditional? This is exactly what most people associate with amethyst, that rich, regal purple tone, I suppose, is the way I'd describe it. But I'm almost tempted to think that it's the way it's been cut and faceted that really highlights the quality of the gemstone.
It's just delicious, isn't it?
And again, you know, when we're thinking about scope and we're thinking about creative ideas, so just to get the cogs turning, the second you lay eyes on the actual strand, graduation in size. So it could just be a design in itself. It could just be a simple case of restranding that, maybe a short length of chain on the neckline and a clasp. You're done. Again, minutes, and you've got a very sellable piece of jewellery. I mean, people buy amethyst every day on the high street just because they're aware of it, and generally they're probably buying 1.3 carats for, well, potentially three-figure sums or $99.99 or what have you. But we're going to give you 130 carats on this strand. Regular viewers already aware of the popularity of amethyst. That's why I've got Lisa from Surrey coming through to get 3 strands of this. Lisa must know the price point because she's already spoke to one of our call centre operators. People online definitely know the price point and they are coming in their droves. So if I were you, even if you're caught in 2 minds and you haven't quite decided whether this strand of amethyst is for you, don't forget you've got until the end of January to make your decision. And for under £20 for over 130 carats, that's amazing.
That is
incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. See, I would use those. I would just sort of, because they're so stunning. Each individual one is so beautiful.
Yeah.
I'd make earrings with them. If I made a pair of silver earrings, because I always think, when I see a strand, I always think, what can I make to maximise the profit? Because that's how my mind works. And I think if I've made a simple pair of silver earrings, I could charge that price, and then I've got the rest of the strand left. Because they're just so stunning, I wouldn't sort of use them all together in one piece. I'd sort of separate them out. But a silver pair of earrings with just 2 of those in, that's your £17.95. The rest of the strand then is just
pure profit.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Or you could make something for yourself once you've made a little bit of money. You might want to treat yourself with the rest of the strand, mightn't you?
Just a little silver chain bracelet, maybe with one of those as a charm, would look fabulous.
Maybe on a little extender chain. Or, I mean, you could use some of the smaller ones on the outer edge of the, as like you're saying, like charms, or for a tennis bracelet, something like that. They're fantastic, aren't they? I mean, the other thing that you've commented on there is that you'd use silver alongside this gemstone, 130 carats of amethyst here. This is another attraction to a gemstone like amethyst, isn't it? Because it works with so many different metallic tones.
Yeah.
Because I think gold and purple is a really classic and complementary combination, isn't it?
I think, I mean, that colour amethyst will go with absolutely anything. It will go with gold, it will go with rose gold, it will go with copper, it will go with silver. It's just...
This is the finance pack that you want to use alongside it. I've got this coming up in the next hour. Gold-plated sterling silver.
Yeah. And
this finance pack is actually going under £10 in the next hour. But I was just thinking, you can maybe correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just going to be a little bit creative and experimental. Could you simply take a headband like this, a ball headpin? So there's a little feature on that. I mean, if you've got the heart shapes or the stars, could you simply place that through the centre of one of these faceted rondelles to make a pair of stud amethyst earrings?
Yes.
No all you need is a butterfly back.
No reason why you can't do that at all.
I mean, they're sort of £20–30 earrings in my view.
Or you could put that through and then just sort of shape that then as the earring finds in itself.
Ah, of course.
So you can have just the one amethyst.
That's the way to do it. So you make a little base for the gemstone using the headpin itself.
Well, if you just put the headpin through and then bend it back and then wrap it around to make the shape of the shepherd hook.
Of course.
You just got that one little gemstone there with that little blob of gold in the middle.
Nice.
That would look fabulous, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because it would look really opulent because the little metallic shimmer, but You've got a pretty flowing design because the head pin becomes the finding.
That's right, yeah.
There you go, you see. I can't do it, but I've got all the ideas. Okay, we're going to move on because we've got so much to bring you this evening. It's actually now time for a star buy. Welcome back to your first star buy on this evening's late show. Now, everything you see this evening, we're confident in saying we're offering the best value on the market. So when we're offering you a star buy deal, we have to go above and beyond. We have to do something special. It might be that we put together a wholesale bundle, might be that we're bringing you a premiere item, might be that we're going to take one of our most popular gemstones to the lowest ever price. Who knows? I've got some exciting news to share with you all. I walked in the office today and the first thing I was confronted with was Vicky Carr putting together the JewelleryMaker award ceremony. It's getting exciting, it's getting exciting. I know some of the front runners for certain categories already. I mean, the voting continues, so nobody knows, but I was just getting a little bit of data, shall we say. So Vicky's already starting to look into putting it all together for you, so it's getting exciting. Now, the reason that I referenced that, of course, is that Labradorite has been our favourite gemstone for the last 2 years here at JewelleryMaker. Few people suggesting that it might be rivaled this year, although I have to say, based on the quality of the Labradorite, it could retain its title for a 3rd year running. It is definitely in contention, and when you see strands like this, you can understand why people are still voting for Labradorite as their favourite gemstone. It contains that beautiful optical phenomenon known as labradorescence, of course, but I think the science behind it is almost irrelevant once you see it in the flesh, because who cares how Mother Nature put it together? It's how it makes you feel that's important. That's what gemstones are all about, and these definitely capture the imagination. Everybody's been sort of cooing about the labradorescence on this strand this afternoon. Look at that. And it's partly because of the strength of the labradorescence, the fact that it really takes hold of every stone, but also the combination of colours. Sky blues, electric blues, lime greens, almost emerald greens coming through, as well as your golden tones as well. Absolutely fantastic. And again, makes it a versatile gemstone, gives you creative scope. This will work in masculine as well as feminine designs. It'll work in everyday pieces that are going to get you noticed. So droplet style pair of earrings. If people haven't experienced gemstones before, if you think about people who might only be aware of the big four or diamonds and amethyst, something like that, when they're introduced to a gemstone like Labradorite, they're never going to want to own a piece of plastic or glass again once they understand that there are semi-precious gemstones that offer you this kind of drama. Do you agree with that, Jan? Is that your experience?
I think if you are selling and you've got those on your stall, make a feature of them, make a centrepiece piece,
yes.
And when people walking past and that they catch the labradorescence coming off that,
fantastic. It's
going to draw people in, isn't it?
Would you say to do that by creating quite a gem-heavy piece, or does it need to have maybe a motif? I mean, these are petal shaped, if you like, so you could create a floral motif or something like that.
You could do anything. I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily be gem heavy.
Okay.
Just sort of make something that's going to attract attention.
Right. So something that allows the light to hit the gemstone.
Yeah. And let the gemstone do the talking, really. So you don't have to be really elaborate. Just make it, even if it's just a simple pendant, a beautiful pendant, but make that the centre point of your stand.
Right.
Shine some lights on it and
nice idea.
Wait.
This is something that I think a lot of people are going to be really considering in depth at the moment, isn't it? How to present their jewellery designs, because craft fairs are becoming quite competitive arenas, really, aren't they? In fact, I've heard waiting lists of up to about 8 weeks ago. People were saying, "Oh, I've got waiting lists in my area of about 6 months to get a stall." Now it's more like a year.
Yeah.
Certainly for the Christmas period, you have to be booking now for December 2015 in certain venues. I'm not trying to fearmonger, this is just what people have told me on Facebook about their local area. So jewellery making absolutely coming into the mainstream now, and I like to think that it's partly because of the amazing value we offer here at JewelleryMaker. Now this particular strand of Labradorite, easily one of the finest quality strands of Labradorite we've ever had here at JewelleryMaker. Again, 100% confident in saying that based on the Labradorescence here. It's absolutely out of this world. I mean, we're not going to be able to show you the Labradorescence in every single stone from every angle because we'd be here all night, but that's just because of the quality of the gemstones and the way they've been faceted. Once again, whoa, a hefty saving on a Gems of Distinction strand here. You know, you might think, you know, we've seen some of the sort of Labradorite nuggets or some of the more inconsistent cuts and qualities, and you've seen those for sort of $6.95. Fair price. Probably really is the best value on the market for Labradorite. This particular strand for me, as I say, is up in that elite category of gemstones where you are getting the best of the best, and you can see that from the Labradorescence, can't you? Not just the variation in colours, but the actual strength of the optical phenomenon, I think.
That's stunning, aren't they? And there's a lot on that strand as well.
A lot of gemstones here.
There's a lot packed on there, so you know, you're getting a lot for your money.
Subtle graduation again, so could help with your design process, ranging from 8x4 to 13x5. But I really believe that at $17.95, we are offering you some of the finest quality Labradorite, 100 carats there, for $17.95. However, for the next, well, it's probably more like 59 minutes now, you can have these shorter for $11.95. Maybe, and there will be designers out there who haven't experienced Labradorite before, despite the fact that, you know, we're always getting excited about it. That's only because that you guys have sort of gauged it as your favourite that we get so excited. But, you know, there might be some people out there who have maybe not experimented with this gemstone just yet. This, for me, is the best opportunity. $11.95. I would generally say that's an added to your order price, considering you could take two of the smaller gemstones, make a pair of earrings and sell them for £20 potentially.
Easily, yeah.
So you double your money off one design potentially.
The only problem you're going to have with these is when you get them home, is actually getting going, because you'll want to sit there for hours looking at them. Right,
okay, that's not much of a negative, is it?
No.
So you're just going to spend so long admiring the gemstone that you might lose a morning.
Yeah, and there's going to be that many ideas that come to you, that many things that you want to do with it. It's going to, you're just going to sit and look at them, because that's beautiful. If that's the
only drawback to adding these to your order, then you're definitely onto a winner there, aren't you? The fact that you might spend a little bit of time admiring the gemstone. That's pretty good. Down from $17.95 to $11.95. Got about 20 people with that place in the basket. You've got to be checking out at the lowest ever price of $11.95, because of course in 59 minutes it's going to go back up to $17.95. Still amazing value, but you don't want to pay an extra £6. Okay, where to, sorry? Great. Okay, another amazing gemstone. Another gemstone which is very rare, and we don't have this variety, probably the most prominent variety, very often at all here at JewelleryMaker. It's not for a lack of trying, I can tell you that. The buying team are probably some of the most dedicated people you'll ever meet in terms of sourcing the best of the best. And you know, I extend that not only to the channel manager and Hannah, who I saw on screen on Friday morning, but also our Indian buying team, our buying team over in China. You know, we've got buying teams all across the globe trying to get you the best possible gemstones for the best possible price. Of course, there's no point in sourcing something that's out of everybody's price range, but neon apatite is, for me, you know, I've started to use this phrase a little bit more regularly now that I'm confident that a lot of our audience are familiar with what goes on within the industry. Of course, we're one of the companies that actually does share industry information with you. What I would say is, you're going to understand that neon apatite for me is sort of the flagship variety. I don't think that detracts from the other alternatives, because I think that's pretty much accepted when people are interested in investing in apatite, they want the neon tones coming through. And that's what you've got from this strand. Neon apatite, another gemstone used by some of the biggest designers on the planet. And I've shared my personal theory regarding apatite with you. You know about this, Jan? Have I told you about this?
Oh, I don't know.
The use of apatite on the American market?
Oh, no.
Oh, it's on the rise. Do your own research, you see some very prominent jewellery designers, and not just, you know, the top end of the market, but also the more sort of high street style designs. In America, apatite being used quite heavily. And so my theory is that come 2015, somebody's going to have it on a red carpet, everyone's going to want it.
Yeah.
It tends to be the way, doesn't it? This is not uncommon in the industry, so I'm not really going out on a limb here. Once it becomes quite prominent in America, America makes things famous, doesn't it? So, you know, as soon as a celebrity wears something, everybody else wants to have it.
That's
and then, of course, you know what happens? Everybody wants it, becomes rarer, becomes more sought after, the price goes up and you can't get hold of it. So, for me, the fact that we can bring you neon apatite on the Late Show as an add it to your order item is amazingly impressive. And of course, geez, Helena's not going to let you down. She's giving you a price reduction. So let's have a look at our current price. This is of course a Gems of Distinction strand, because any time you see neon apatite, it is a little bit of an elite gemstone, snapped up by the big boys on a regular basis. We have got a strand for you this evening. Graduates in size from 6x5 to 14x6, should be $19.95 for the next 60 minutes. You can add it to your order for $13.95. We're doing all we can this evening to get the prices as low as possible. And it's partly because they've dressed the set so beautifully. It's an imposing figure, the tree next to me, isn't it? So yeah, I feel like I should do a noddy holder, it's Christmas, but I won't, because it's just going to be piercing while you're trying to eat your tea. So yeah, holidays are coming, guys. You've got to be stocking up for the Christmas period, and we're trying to make it as easy as possible because, of course, we have extended your money back guarantee. We're also giving you clearance prices throughout the evening, but for Gems of Distinction gemstones, $13.95 for 85 carats of neon apatite. And I have to warn you, we're now approaching limited availability. We've got a few people with this place in their basket as well, so don't run the risk of missing out. You've got until the 31st of January to make that informed decision. That's how I describe it, because once you get them home, that's when you're going to be able to decide whether these are right for your designs. In fact, I had a very supportive member of our audience, Sharon Townsend. She messages me on a regular basis about the shows and giving me suggestions. She contacted me over the weekend to tell me she was making me a pair of cufflinks.
Oh, bless her.
Finally. Finally, the message has got through. No, I'm joking. But she actually sent me a picture of the gemstone saying, would you like these in your cufflinks?
Oh,
and I said, do you know what? I'll leave it to you, because I'm not going to be able to tell, and you've got them in the flesh. So, you know, even in my personal life, I do adhere to that. And actually, I have to say a massive thanks to Philip, a regular contributor to the show, because I actually received a pair of cufflinks from Philip today as well. Amethyst cufflinks from Phil.
Oh, that's spoiling you, Ed.
They are. I'm getting really spoiled, in fact. The only thing I will say, Philip, is if I wasn't already dressed, I would have worn them tonight. So, I'll be wearing them tomorrow, just for Philip. So thank you so much, Philip. Thank you so much, Sharon, for my cufflinks. Right now, you need to be thanking Helena, because she's taken neon apatite down to $13.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. And Helena says, you're welcome. Right, we're moving on. No way, Jose. I was admiring this before the show. In fact, I would go as far as to say this is my favourite strand from the opening hour. Ooh, now there's going to be 15 lucky customers who have the opportunity to add this collector's gemstone to their collection. This is kyanite. So this isn't the kind of, again, you know, it's not a gemstone we can bring you every day. Actually, do you know what? When we're talking about rarity and collectability, How about this for a combination? I don't know if it'll work, but it might do. Neon Apatite and green Kyanite. Because the greens are quite deep and subtle, you've almost got a sort of blue tone coming through, but there is definitely a green here. I'll show you these with a little bit of light through it, just so you get an idea. Again, it's almost like a teal kind of colour.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's not
stunning, aren't they?
It's not a sort of emerald green. It's nothing like that. It's a very bluish green, like a Mediterranean green sort of colour tone, I would say. Quite tropical kind of colour tone, because you've definitely got the blues in there as well. So actually, for maybe somebody who isn't necessarily looking to add an alternative variety of Kyanite to their collection, this could be perfect, because you've got the traditional rich navy blues in there as well, but you've also got the alternative hues which might make them easier to work with.
Yeah.
Now, one of the draws for me on this particular strand is the way they've been faceted. I know that we do see checkerboard faceting quite regularly because it's so traditional, but I do think that on a gemstone of this calibre, which I have to say, I think on the high street, and you'd be hard pushed to find Kyanite on the high street if I'm honest with you, but maybe from, you know, a more high-end designer, I could see these being set into at least 9 karat gold. I've certainly sold Kyanite of this quality set into 9 karat or even 18 karat gold. I used to be a producer on our sister channel Gems TV, and obviously if you want made up jewellery designs, best value on the market, Kyanite tends to attract high 3-figure, if not 4-figure sums, because it's such a collectible gemstone. Here you've got 35 carats in total. Because of that depth of colour, and it is difficult to place that colour, whether it's a rich navy blue or it's a Mediterranean green, something like that. It's somewhere in between those two colour tones.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Would you agree with that,
Yeah,
Jan? It's
definitely.
not a colour you can really put your finger on. It's quite...
It's just, but that adds to the interest of it, doesn't
Absolutely.
it? You know, it's not a boring gemstone, is it? At all. It's just absolutely beautiful to look at. And I'd just make cascading earrings with that, with
Right.
gold. It'd look fabulous. Wouldn't
Absolutely, because you've got a little bit of movement there.
Yeah.
And of course the way these have been faceted and the depth of colour gives you this fantastic lustre, so be perfect in that kind of design, wouldn't they? And of course as well, frames the face and so instantly attracts attention. Really? Okay, this is seriously impressive. We're about to take this Gems of Distinction strand to the lowest ever price. This is already available for $59.95. That's less than £2 a carat. And we're about to take this even lower. If you want to get this home, you have until the 31st of January to make a final decision about this. $46.95. You can see that producer Helena's doing everything she can to get every pound off of these items tonight to make them clearance opportunities. For 60 minutes only, I should just say. So if you are a collector out there and you've always wanted to own a beautiful pair of Kyanite earrings, you've probably looked more at prices of £469. Here, you could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 pairs of earrings for $46.95. That means I've got 50 gemstones on here. That means it's less than £1 per gemstone for beautiful Kyanite. You like that, Jan?
Yeah, that's amazing. They're just stunning, aren't they? They're so beautiful. They're just so gorgeous.
You're on
aren't
to a
they?
winner at that price point, aren't
Definitely,
you?
definitely. I would. That's what I would look at making these earrings.
Yeah,
Definitely make earrings
I'm in agreement with
to
you.
maximise a profit from them.
Absolutely.
From a business point of view.
Yes.
But for myself, I would just make myself a pair of earrings.
Yeah, so even if you're making a personal piece of jewellery or you're trying to maximise on the profitability, earrings where it's at.
Because all that movement and with sort of the festive season coming as well, just a pair of earrings with those, with the light shining from them, just beautiful, absolutely stunning.
Fantastic, I'll have to agree with that.
Yeah.
Really, to be honest, it highlights the quality of the gemstone. The way they've been cut and faceted just goes to show how confident the Lapradorite was when he started to facet this gemstone. It's out of this world. I can't believe that we've been able to offer you 35 carats of kyanite of this quality with this sort of, I quite like that green kyanite classification because it makes them even more enigmatic. You've really got to see this strand in the flesh, haven't you? $46.95. Congratulations to all the collectors coming through there. Fantastic inspiration from Jan also. We're going to move on. Now, I'm a bit naughty really, aren't I? I should have made everybody aware of this. I should have told everybody in advance this was coming up. Do you know what? We just got so many treats right up until 9 PM. It's not even just the opening hour. We've got so many treats throughout the show. I couldn't keep up with how many items were coming through. This is going to be extremely popular. They offered you a similar opportunity on the mid-show, and I think it was pretty much a sell-out deal. So that's my understanding anyway. Can't say for certain, but the combination of colours, and I know for a fact that if maybe Mark's been inspiring you this afternoon with your macrame design. Look at this, there's so many, they won't even stand up together. Here we go, there's a lot going on here. These are all satin cords. You get 100 meters of satin cord. And look at the colour tones. Something for every scenario really. You've got your sky blue, your plum, your hot pink, your lavender, your amethyst purple. Then you've got your chrome dioxide green, your gold, almost like a sort of 18 karat gold really, your lemon, your tangerine, and then that sort of, it's not quite cream, it's more like an ivory tone I would say. Quite bridal-esque actually, that particular strand. 100 meters, 10 meters of each. We discuss this all the time, the idea of buying essential threading materials in bulk. I mean, these are the kind of items you really do need to be buying wholesale, don't you? Because you don't want to be driving your own prices up. You don't want to be necessarily affecting the value you can offer your customers based on what you're paying for a threading material. It's different if somebody's requested a very rare gemstone, and say you go to our website and we haven't got any canary diamonds that day, and you've had to maybe pay a little bit more for those, then obviously that gets built into the cost of the piece of jewellery, I would assume, you know. But if you're paying over £1 for each metre of threading material, you're really doing yourself a disservice. Yeah. Because there's no need to.
No, and that's right. And you know, I mean, if you are doing that, you've got to pass that cost on to
your customer, yeah.
And why?
So only a matter of time before they discover somebody who shops from JewelleryMaker, and then you're going to lose that business because people are going to start to think, oh, hold on a minute, this person's offering me the same jewellery for half the price. Nobody needs to know that you've only paid basically a wholesale price for an essential threading material. I know that macrame bracelets, Kumihimo designs are going to be massive on the craft fair scene this Christmas. Macrame bracelets are absolutely where it's at. Now, if you were to buy all of these reels, all 10 reels individually, you'd still get 100 meters, it would be £18.50. So, you're going to do what? Hold on, right now, we're offering people this at what? 19p a metre. That's already better value than I've seen in any craft shop I've ever been to. Ooh. We just took it down to 9p a metre. Okay, sorry, I have to burst out laughing without explaining it. That's really bad, but you just took me by surprise. The answer to your question, Director Ben, is I'll be having stern words. I'll put it that way. The question that Ben just posed to me is, if you were still the sales manager of the channel, would you fire Helena? Now, do you know what? I wouldn't need to, because I know that since I became a presenter a year ago, the buying power of the channel's increased, the audience has expanded, and I know that we can offer value like this now. Less than £10 for 100 metres of satin cord. If you were to come across this from another spot, I mean, presumably, you'd be very excited, Jack.
What, at that price?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah.
$8.95 for 100 metres.
Definitely.
The reason I put it to you in that respect is because I think people are getting a bit blasé about what we're doing here at JewelleryMaker.
But it's 100 metres.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cord. So if you're doing kumihimo or macrame or just simple braid, you know, a simple braiding technique or something, just to drop a pendant on, and it's good because if you are making sort of pendants and people just want them on a plain cord, you can offer your customer a range of colours as well. Yeah. So you can make a pendant and then let them pick what sort of colour cord they want.
Well, the other thing I'm thinking about, if you put something like a pendant on a piece of satin cord, it gives you sort of an everyday finish, and as you rightly say, you can offer people the variety, but also makes it so easy for them to sort of
take that
and put it into an evening piece by just putting it on a chain. So you give people their own opportunity.
Yeah. And all those colours are just fabulous, and together, the combination of them together in a macrame or a kumihimo would be stunning. Well,
this is the other thing which I think some people don't necessarily identify as a business opportunity at craft fairs. They spend all week, you know, literally rattling out their jewellery designs on a sort of production line style. But actually, you can have more of a relaxed approach if you take some raw materials with you and offer your customers that opportunity. Let them have a bit of input in their own design. So you can say, what colour cord do you want? What gemstones do you want? How long is it going to really take you to put together a macrame bracelet? 5 to 10 minutes, especially if you've got the board. And then, of course,
people like that. They like to have that input, and it just adds that personal touch, then, doesn't it?
Definitely.
And I would say, if you are doing craft fairs and you're doing, I've often, when I've done craft fairs before, I've got my kumihimo disc and some braids and working, and people are like, "Oh, what are you doing?"
Yes.
You know, and it just attracts attention, and people think, "Oh, that's nice. I like that braid. Oh, that'd be nice on that pendant and things." And
I'm a massive advocate of this.
Yeah.
I really think that, again, you know, I've been to craft fairs that have almost been a little bit sleepy, and you see people who are literally, they've sat there, they've spent like, you know, an hour setting up all their jewellery, and they're reading a magazine.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, who is going to come to your desk if you're not engaging with them?
No.
I mean, I, for one, think that metal stamping is the best way to do it because it's noisy.
Yeah.
Not only can you individualise every single piece of jewellery, but you're making a racket. People are going to want to say, what's going on over there? What's that person doing? And then when they see it, they're instantly going to be like, oh, you know, and that's all you need. Just that little arch of the neck. Look for that arch of the neck and you know that's a potential customer.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, if you're not trying to build rapport with your customer base,
I think it's really important.
You're not going to make the sales that you potentially could. You know, I'm focusing quite a lot on the idea of selling your designs only because I know there are so many jewellery makers who are going to be maybe trying to sell their designs over this Christmas period. But even if you're a hobbyist, why not get the best value available? As I say, I've been to craft fair stores where people are charging £1.30 a metre for this kind of item. Even online, I've seen people, the most competitive price I found when I was doing my research was sort of 75p a metre. So at less than 9p per metre for every colour of the rainbow, 100 metres in total, it's a must-have. Everyone's a winner. We're going to leave that to one side now because it's now time for a star buy. Is that right? No. Oh, okay, sorry. We're going to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals, including a very special star buy, so don't go away.
I'm a massive fan of macrame. I have been ever since I was introduced to the medium, nearly 2 years ago now. And what I love about it is the simplicity of it, but also the myriad of knots that are available. There are hundreds of different combinations. You actually start off with 5 knots, but it's just the way you use them, and the combination of knots, the type of gemstones that you use, and the cords that we've got in stock at the moment are just amazing. We've got a hemp, which is a really good basis to start, and then we go up to satin. We've just had some amazing paracord introduced to the setup as well. And the gemstones, every single gemstone just lends itself so well to this discipline. As I said, it's very easy, it's very simple techniques, very easy to pick up, anyone can do it, and the world is your oyster, literally.
join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on a creative journey building face canes from polymer clay. Debbie will guide you through the different stages of how to build each part of the face. Then you will focus on adding detail and character to your piece. Get creative and make personalised designs with this exciting workshop. The full course includes a block of ecru and translucent polymer clay, an array of polymer clay colours to add detail, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum and shop. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. We here at JewelleryMaker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with JewelleryMaker FIFO reviews.
Tanzanite is truly spectacular. This precious gemstone is only found in one location in the world, Tanzania, Africa. Claimed to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, Tanzanite is the blue variety of zoisite. Tanzanite is extremely popular due to its trichroic nature, which means that 3 different colours can be seen when looking at the gem from different angles. In Tanzanite's case, these colours are blue, pinkish violet and yellow. JewelleryMaker is getting ready for Christmas and we'd like to treat you. Spend £50 or more with us today and you'll receive a free gift up to the value of $49.95. Offer is only valid while stocks last, so make sure you get in quick.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. A very exciting evening because we have pretty much been bringing you stocking fillers all night so far, and of course fantastic insights and inspiration from the lovely Jan. You alright?
Yeah, I'm good. You ready?
Still excited over there with all the treats Helena's giving you?
Fab.
Yeah,
It's not a bad,
see what's going on over there. Nice colour combinations. Helena is our producer this evening, so she's put together all of the schedules, so all the products, all the prices you see are all thanks to Helena. So Jan's got a few challenges over there that she's working on, so we'll inspire you with those later this evening. And coming up at the end of the show, these incredible little connectors. We had these in rose gold on Thursday evening, was it? How popular were these? Hundreds of people flying in to get hold of the rose gold variety. Little shamrocks or 4-leaf clovers, or it could be seen as maybe a 4-petaled flower. Depends how you interpret it, I suppose, how you use it in your designs. I've been talking to a few of my followers on Twitter about these yesterday evening, sending through design suggestions, and of course we're going to bring you a wholesale amount of these. So whether you want to use these in quite a gem heavy piece to offer you the detailing or the intricacy, or whether you want to make a very delicate design but you still want to work with these gorgeous metallic tones, these are going to fit the bill. Once again, all about creative scope. We don't want to dictate to you the kind of designs you have to make. We just want to offer you the best value in the market and try and inspire your creativity to flow. And I think so far that's exactly what we've been doing tonight. We are going to kick off now with another of our very popular gemstones. Again, I think this is almost underestimated in terms of how useful it is to designers, and when you see the cut and the faceting on this, you will definitely want to add this strand to your order. Smoky quartz. So we're looking at some of those sort of chocolate brown tones which lends themselves to everyday pieces that rely on the earthier tones, the more autumnal shades, but also you can use it in place of a jet black gemstone to give greater subtlety to the design, if you like. I have to say, top quality smoky quartz. You can tell once again from the Lapidus confidence in creating a very uniformed, faceted finish on the surface of this gemstone. Look at it there. Sometimes because of the depth of smoky quartz, you're looking at luster there, really, aren't you? Reflective quality. These aren't they? These are sparkling.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Got a little bit more clarity than you'd normally associate with smoky quartz. Might be the fact that these are slightly smaller rounds. They're 4mm rounds again. Beautifully versatile, perfect for a variety of different disciplines. So if we talked about macrame designs with the satin cord. These are perfect. Maybe even micro macrame with these. But maybe to frame a cabochon in a soutache design. I have actually got some very impressive cabochons coming up later in the show. Like that for a combination. Do you like that, Jan?
That's stunning, isn't it?
That looks good.
That'd be great around there, or you do some wire work and just put a few of those across the gemstone.
On the sort of wire work flourish.
That'd
look good, wouldn't it? Yeah, fantastic. So this is the beauty of working with a slightly smaller cut, the 4mm round here. It does allow it to be used as an accent gemstone. It can still be the feature if you use it in a sort of intelligent way. I think that's the key, isn't it? Once you've created that little flourish of wire work, if you do place some smoky quartz in there strategically, they're going to enhance the design, aren't they?
Especially something as beautiful as that, and the cut on that is just stunning.
Because you've got that big surface area of the gemstone, it's almost like a blank canvas. You can embellish it a little.
You're just using that, and it just adds that extra detail then, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
That extra touch of beauty to it.
Yeah. But I mean, you don't have to use the 4mm rounds in soutache or micro macrame. You've got your bead loom. Classic beady beads as well. Can you imagine the faceting of these gemstones when they're all sort of clustered? You get more luster from a cluster. So there you go, because of course it would increase the saturation of colour once you created the beady bead, because they'd all be quite tightly together, and then you get that fantastic luster.
I'd use them with pearls. If you've got any sort of pearls, just use them as a... It seems wrong to say use them as a spacer bead because they're just so stunning on their own, but it would just add so much to just a... That does it for me. Nice. Yeah.
That's a combination inspired by Mother Nature, really, isn't it? Because you've got those soft greens with the sort of bark browns, if you like, thinking of the bark of a tree.
You've got the organic nature of the pearl, and then you've got the structure,
the heavily faceted structure of
just beautiful.
Absolutely.
Love it.
Fantastic combination. Actually, I've just seen something else these work brilliantly with. But before I show you my little bit of inspiration, we've got to get the price on screen. These are flying out the door. I didn't realise that a gemstone of this quality, offering you this clarity, the way they've been faceted in such a uniformed way, would be $6.95. It's another add it to your order price tonight. This is how you benefit from our 1P&P opportunity. If you've paid that $2.95, dial in the free phone number right now, $6.95 for 40 carats of faceted smoky quartz. And I will show you this right now, because how about this with the frosted smoky quartz for a more of a wintry feel? Do you like that? Actually, really, do you know what? Beautiful. Potentially put
you're on a roll now,
with it as well.
Oh, yeah, look.
You like that?
Yep. Stunning.
Oh, make a note of that, Helen. That could be a bundle.
Yeah.
I like that combination. Works, doesn't it? It might just be the sort of subtle difference in the finish you've got there, because you've got that beautiful... I was going to say sparkle. They're twinkling, aren't they? There's so many facets on the surface of a gemstone.
They're just beautiful.
They're just coming to life, aren't they?
Yeah. Gorgeous.
Actually, what about the peach pearls from the first hour as well? Would it work with those? We've got to move on, because so many people are taking advantage of that. If you are stuck in a short queue and our free phone number, don't panic. Stay where you are. Somebody will be with you shortly. We are going to move on though. And we're going to bring you... we're going to bring you the frosted smoky quartz, actually. Good thinking, producer Hannah. There you go. In fact, I'll just show you those again. Don't forget, it's just the frosted smoky quartz we're bringing you right now. But if you were on the phone lines early for that particular deal, well, start dialing once again. It is a free phone number after all, because we're about to bring you... It's partner in crime, really. 10mm rounds here, and of course, these are probably less likely to, I think, detract from the design, because they have that subtlety to the finish, but they're still going to make a statement, because it's an alternative finish that people might not see every day. I would say it is in keeping with the winter season as well, but also because of the size, 10mm sort of sits in the middle, doesn't it? Probably everybody's favourite gemstone to work with, large enough to avoid the sort of fiddly parts of jewellery making, but not so large that it has to be the feature or the centrepiece of the design.
It's just that finish is just beautiful, isn't it? Stunning.
I think it's because it's different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Lalique glass, René Lalique.
Yes.
That sort of that frosted effect that you get from that. It
Absolutely.
Well,
it's gorgeous,
beautiful.
isn't it? And
Stunning.
actually, once again, you've got a slightly more subtle colour tone than we generally see in smoky quartz, so it makes it more versatile in my view. Absolutely amazing.
Beautiful.
260 carats in total, frosted plain rounds, 10mm in size. And we're going to match the price that we gave you on the faceted variety. $6.95. Amazing. Can't believe that you can get over 200 carats of any gemstone for less than £10, but an added to the price of $6.95. I know that smoky quartz is coveted by jewellery designers because of that versatility, because we talk about the idea of using it
in
place of a black gemstone, don't we?
And if you've got a design and you don't want the dramatic effect of the jet black, then this adds another dimension, doesn't it? It's a softer contrast.
Slightly softer, and of course with the frosted finish, it adds another dynamic as well, doesn't it?
Definitely.
So can't go wrong with this. For me, if you've never used the frosted smoky quartz previously, for $6.95, what are you waiting for? You've got until the 31st of January to make your final decision, and of course if you've already paid your $2.95 today, this could be a fantastic way to benefit from that 1p&p per day. That runs from midnight to midnight, to be clear. $6.95. We're going to move on. And now we're going to bring you some very contemporary looking pearls. That's my personal perception. You might see something different when you look at these, but I think those sort of hot pinks are generally associated with quite...
Yeah, I think coloured pearls at the moment are really in. You know, you've seen a lot of celebrities wearing coloured pearls, and so a strand like this is just beautiful.
I think we've already talked at length. We're only an hour into the show, and we've talked at length about the versatility of pearls and the fact that they do seem to fit into every genre of jewellery making. Maybe sometimes it's the colour tone that decides whether they're bridal or vintage or contemporary. I mean, these for me, and you're agreeing, they're a contemporary strand of pearls, aren't they? I'm thinking about maybe teenage goddaughters or nieces for Christmas.
Well, I think you could sort of go either way, really, depending on what you add to it. I think smoky quartz with that colour would look great.
So the browns and the pinks.
Yeah, I just think the browns and the pinks together go really well. So you could, you can go in lots of different directions with it.
Actually, that is fantastic. That's not maybe something that everybody's considered previously. You might tend to go with more vibrant colours with it, but again, it's about what you do with it, isn't it? If you matched it up with rose quartz, for example, you'd start to just tone it down, wouldn't you, and create more femininity.
Right. So it depends what you want to do and what direction you want to go with. But yeah, you can.
You might say, Jan, that the world's your oyster.
Oh, bum. Well, I wouldn't say that, Ed, but...
It's my job, to make rubbish dad jokes. I'm even getting boos now. Or is that just for my facial hair attempt? We've had a few comments about it. I'm not just being lazy, it's Movember. Okay, let's get a price point on screen for, again, luxury sizes in your shocking pink pearls. Should be $19.95. You know she's not going to let you down. She's on a roll tonight. That's producer Helena giving us all these price reductions. However, she does this safe in the knowledge that we're only offering you this devaluing price point for 60 minutes. So in 60 minutes, if you log onto the website and you see these, they'll be back up at the price point of $19.95. Now, we're happy to see that on our website because it's still easily the best value on the market. But if you're a savvy jewellery maker, as I say, I have been concentrating on the idea of people selling their designs, but even if you're a hobbyist, in fact, probably even more important if you're a hobbyist to get pearls in your collection because they're an essential, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think sort of coming up to Christmas, if you've got teenagers to make for, perfect.
Absolutely.
If you've got, I would wear that colour. I would definitely wear that. I think that's just absolutely beautiful.
Well,
so you can sort of.
I
put them
would
into
wear
any
this
design.
colour actually, Jan. I have to say.
Great cufflinks.
You might look at these and see quite sort of contemporary, girly designs, but
Yeah.
you could turn those into a pair of cufflinks. They go with my shirt perfectly, and for me, that would be a birthstone piece of jewellery. I wouldn't shy away from it.
No. And that's the thing, like I say, you can go in any direction you want with them.
Absolutely.
I just think that's stunning.
They are gorgeous, aren't they? And
That's fun as
what do you think
well.
of the price? $12.95.
Wow, what can you say?
It's amazing, isn't it?
Stunning.
Actually, we're going to move on now to something that I think, again, would be a fantastic complement to this strand.
Oh,
You like that?
yeah.
There you go. This is the one, isn't it? Look at that for a combination. The shocking pink, again with that intense purple tone.
But
I
see,
think
the
that's
difference
perfect.
with putting the purple with it as putting the smoky quartz with it
Yes.
just changes the complete feel of it, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's giving it more depth, isn't it?
Yeah. Great.
My producer just coming round to my way of thinking, she's saying, you love pinks and purples. I'm a metrosexual kind of guy. I'm in tune with my feminine side. There you go. Here we go. We're now going to bring you 3 strands of this gorgeous purple magnesite. Now the beauty of a gemstone like magnesite, of course, is that it's quite readily available. And it also takes on the dyeing processes brilliantly. So, despite the fact that it is a natural gemstone, you get this sort of free-flowing banding on the surface of the gemstone. You're not going to have any of that sort of issues that we had a few years ago, where you might find that some of the subsidiary dye was left on the outer edge of the gemstone, and of course that can be wiped off with a hot cloth, but you're not going to find that with your magnesite because it does take on the dyeing process so beautifully. You've actually got over 350 carats in this bundle. Rich amethyst purples. Once again, you could use these as accents to a piece of amethyst potentially, or maybe if you just want to give that opulent colour tone to your design but you want to keep it quite affordable, magnesite is absolutely the way to do that. You've got a variation in the sizes and cuts here as well, which is something that gets requested quite often. People saying, can they have the same gemstone but same colour tone but in different cuts. Here you've got your little wheels, they're 6x3mm, giving you 80 carats. You have got your rondelles, which are 8x5mm in size, 150 carats, and a further 150 carats from the rice beads, sort of a Marquise-like shape. They're 12x8mm, so 380 carats in total from this particular bundle, and of course a wholesale price point. That's what we do. Normally, if you were to buy all 3 strands individually, they'd already be $10.85. I mean, it sounds ridiculous to say it for 380 carats, and we're not even staying there. Once again, we're going to take them as low as we possibly can. We're going to take these under £3 per strand. $8.95. I like that. I like that scoff of disapproval there, Jan. $8.95.
Sorry about that.
No, I actually agree with you. It's totally ridiculous. I mean, from looking at your designs, I imagine you've been making jewellery for before JewelleryMaker existed. Is that the case? Yeah.
Yeah, for about sort of 11.
I thought
11
so.
years
Yeah,
or
and so I'm guessing you've sourced real gemstones from other suppliers. When you're talking about less than £3 a strand, is that?
Yeah. It's laughable, really.
It did evoke a little chuckle from you, didn't it?
It's great. It's absolutely fabulous. And like you were saying about having a bundle all in the same colour, it means that you haven't got to think about, do these colours go together?
Yes.
The work's been, they're all going to go together.
It means it's going to be really cohesive, doesn't it? Yeah.
And you've got all the different shapes, so you can add lots of texture to your design. Yeah, and it's just, purple is my favourite colour of all time. So
I must hear that phrase more than any other here on The Late Show. Not sure all the guest designs. Is it just because purple tends to lend itself to, again, lots of different genres, goes with lots of different outfits, that kind of thing?
I don't know, I just love it.
You just love it? It's just personal for you?
I love it, yeah. And I
Okay.
love amethyst as well, so I love, the purple in the amethyst, and it's just gorgeous. And at that price,
Well, you can't go wrong, can you?
it's a no-brainer.
£2.99 per strand.
Yeah.
For genuine gemstones.
You just couldn't get it anywhere else, could you?
$8.95. It's a triple treble deal of magnesite this evening, so if you want to add that to your order, again, it might be the perfect way for you to sort of add to your 1p&p per day. We're going to move on though. And got a lot to get through. Now, we had a look at these earlier. Subtle, almost sort of fern green tone that you're getting from quite delicate looking pearls here. Again, you've got irregularities in the size and shape, showing your customers these are the real deal. Love the colour tone though. Really soft, subtle colour. It's going to go with any gemstone. It's not a lime green. Don't agree with that classification. Lime green generally quite vibrant, isn't it?
Yeah, it reminds me of a fresh apple. You know, if you bite into a fresh apple, it's
so an apple green's much more appropriate classification for that. I would go with that.
I like that.
This is where I went before when we had the Smoky Quartz. I just think that's a fantastic combination. And you could probably make 2 necklace designs there.
Yeah. And like we said before, you know, the organic nature of the pearl, and then that sparkle from the Smoky Quartz is just stunning.
Yeah, that's a
and you could get 2 necklaces from that.
Look.
You know.
Yeah, because there is a lot of Smoky Quartz and there's a lot of pearls.
You could get a necklace, bracelet, and earring set.
Oh, lovely.
You know, if you're doing craft fairs, do that, box them up, and perfect.
That's the way to do it, isn't it? The matching sets definitely show value to your customers. Going to offer you a way to present that a little bit later in the show with our gift wrapping bundle. Now, we don't have the Smoky Quartz right now. What we've got are the apple green pearls. Again, could be perfect for a bridal commission, maybe like a tiara, something like that. Even to almost embellish textile work, maybe you could use these pearls alongside because of that colour tone.
But if you're into dressmaking and you're doing bridal, to sew some of those into some fabric would look stunning, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Or even, you know, on a veil.
Yeah.
Or in your tiara. So they're going to work.
I know Carol did that, didn't she? Carol wrote she had a veil, but she sewed little emeralds into it, I think. So you could do exactly with that.
I don't know. I wasn't invited.
Not me, but so she says.
Yeah. No, that's a great idea, isn't it? That attention to detail is what really elevates your designs onto that next level, isn't it? They are 7 by 6 millimeters in size, so they're not, you know, they're not small, but they're just a little more subtle than the previous strands we've seen. Wow, is that right? Under £10.
Wow.
I was not expecting that price point there. $7.95. Actually, we were talking about maybe toning down these pink pearls. What about that? Does that work? Oh, tell you what, it has affected the pearlescence on the green pearls. I'm seeing a little swirl of sort of magentas and fuchsia tones on the surface of the green pearls. That's probably not going to come through on screen, but I like that as a combination.
It's really fresh, isn't it?
Yeah. And again, it sort of tones down the shocking pink, doesn't it?
Yep.
If that's what you're looking for. $7.95 here, and again, I think the irregularities in the size and shape definitely add to the fact that this is an organic mineral. That's what people recognise pearls as, and a lot of the times people are looking out for faux pearls these days, so these irregularities show that you are offering the real deal. And once again, they could be used almost as little pearl cabochons as well. That versatility is available to you. You've got that domed finish, you've also got the flat base there. Can't go wrong. $7.95, another added to your order price, and everybody can thank Helena for these deals this evening. We're moving on. And you did say that, sorry. Said it 3 times. You're getting distracted. Now these are substantial sizes for your cabochons. This is even higher carat weight than the last collection. The last one was like 2,200 or something. This is 2,490, but in fewer cabochons. So that means these are very, very sizable. I mean, earlier on, I was thinking about matching this particular gemstone with the Smoky Quartz as a combo, because you've got the chocolate browns and the amber tones coming through, but actually you've got massive collection of colours here, from the tropical greens to the sky blues to the amethyst purples.
Wow.
I mean, look at that. Oh, hello. It's flying out the door already. Already trying to get away. That's how many people we got on the phone lines. Love that, almost like a royal blue, but you've got that graduation. Gorgeous banding. This is what you get from your onyx. Look at this, classic. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15. So on average, you're looking at about 20, 17 carats on each gemstone. It will vary. It's based on your carat weight. It's a collective carat weight on this one of over 2,000 carats, 2,490 carats. So you could get subtle variations in the sizes. Obviously, if you get smaller average carat weights, it means you're getting more cabochons to work with. If you get larger average carat weights, it means you're getting much more substantial sizes on your cabochons. I get the impression though that you are getting a larger size from this collection. 2,409, I mean, look at that. Classic black onyx cabochon.
Beautiful, isn't it? Some wire wrapping around that would just be stunning.
That would be quite a gem heavy piece though.
Yeah.
I would estimate that there's about 20 carats on that one gemstone alone. Thinking about maybe a gemstone feature in a cuff bangle design. That'd look good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you could do that. You could put that centre of a bib design, have that in the centre.
That's a good idea.
Just beautiful. And every single one is different.
Yes.
And that's what, the beauty of them, isn't
Huge variation. And not just in the colour, but also in the shapes as well. So you've got
and sort of the texture as well. I mean, there's that teardrop one that's on this, the one behind that one. That one.
Yes, that's really interesting,
Yeah.
isn't it? So quite a broad base.
Fat bottom one. But look at the texture to it. That
Yes.
is just stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the colour saturation, almost like a lemon tone, isn't it? Quite
love
a
that.
citrus-like feel. But again, it depends how you're going to work with it. If you set it with antique bronze wire, for example, you can make it look quite vintage,
Yeah,
couldn't you?
yeah. You could, like you say, soutache. If you're into soutache, then perfect for that. Yeah, they're just beautiful, aren't they?
Again, possibilities are endless with this, especially when you're getting over 2,000 carats on this particular deal, all for $27.95. Now, we had a lot of people coming through very quickly for this one, so you do need to get on the phone lines early. We are approaching quite limited availability, and it won't be long before we become oversubscribed on this particular deal. Anytime we put cabochons to air, they're popular, but when you're offering people this kind of carat weight for that kind of price point, pretty much a no-brainer for a lot of designers out there. $27.95 for 2,490 carats of beautiful onyx cabochons. Congratulations to everybody on the phone lines. We are going to move on because it is now time for a star buy. Time for a star buy, and on this occasion we are about to bring you the gold-plated silver finings that I referenced earlier. I think they've gone walkabouts. We did have them on the desk. I think it's because I tricked everybody by getting them out early. No? Glenn didn't take them off the desk. Hold on a second. No, it's not the 1 in 5, is it? It's in the bag. It was here. Someone's going to be with you right now. What I will just say to everybody, because we're getting a few texts through about my facial hair. Okay, it's not. I'm not being lazy. I'm not shaving. It's an annual campaign to raise the awareness of male cancers, and it's called Movember. And so you're not allowed to shave your moustache for the whole of November. Lots of people will be aware of this. If you're not, then hopefully now you are. And I've fulfilled the remit by raising awareness. I should just say, this is a serious matter. It's something that people don't consider. Women are much more open to the idea of going to the doctors, aren't they? Whereas men are a bit more standoffish. 10,000 men a year die from prostate cancer, 1 an hour. So I do think it's something that we should consider. So even though I look silly, hopefully it's something that everybody will consider. Okay, where are we getting on to, sorry? Have we found them? We've got the image. Well, that's all that matters really, because these are essential findings, so you don't need me pinging them around with a pair of tweezers anyway. Everybody's going to understand that you are getting gold-plated 925 sterling silver. Pretty much the creme de la creme of findings. Now, the price you can see online right now is not the price you're going to pay. Even though, again, pretty incredible value. you've got 10 eye pins, 10 head pins, you've got 3 large jump rings, 3 small, you've got your bolt ring clasp, you've got 2 pairs of shepherd hooks, and you also get 10 crimp beads as well. So all your essential findings, quite a sort of almost like a beginner's findings pack or an essential findings pack, but right now available for $7.95. I think the key to consider here is that you've got gold plated sterling silver. A lot of people telling me that when they're working with 925 sterling silver, people almost expect to pay a premium. So when you're offering your customers the real deal, gold plated sterling silver, you know that you're adding value to your particular designs. But also, let's take a step back again. Let's think about hobbyists, if you're creating designs for yourself or maybe for loved ones to give as gifts over the Christmas period. You want to show them how much they mean to you. Such a thoughtful idea, putting together a personal piece of jewellery and then finishing it with base metal. There's nothing wrong with base metal, to be quite honest, but you know, just to show that level of care and attention to detail. And of course, it's only a matter of time before word of mouth will spread and people will start to understand that you are creating very high-end jewellery but for very affordable prices, especially if you're investing in this. $7.95 for 41 pieces of gold-plated sterling silver. You can see that you get everything there. 10 eye pins, 10 head pins, 2 pairs of shepherd hooks, 3 bolt ring clasps with jump ring, 3 larger jump rings, and 10 crimp beads as well, all for $7.95. Now don't forget, these price reductions are only available for 60 minutes. So at that point, this is going to go back up to $14.95. We've talked quite a lot over the last few months, or certainly I have, don't know about the other presenters, but about what's going on within the industry regarding gold deposits. And actually I was talking to somebody from Greenpeace on Friday, and they were talking about the fact that there's a few different organisations that want to go fracking in Antarctic. And you know, obviously they've been met with a lot of opposition. People don't want them to start digging up pretty much what we would like to think are protected regions of the earth, I suppose. Lots of wildlife lives there, and you know, and they were saying, and I was saying, you know, this is something that's quite close to my heart because we have to consider mining responsibly, because I was talking about what I do. And they were saying, you know, the difference is if you go digging for gold, you're not going to cause any environmental disasters, where if you go digging for oil and you have a leak, you can cause a major problem. However, I don't think that will make a difference to the people who are protecting the region. If you say, oh, we don't want to dig for oil, don't worry, we just want to go and look for more gold deposits because we haven't found one for 2 years, they'll say, oh, very interesting. No, you can't do that because you're digging up a protected region. I think, you know, so I do think it's going to be a long time before we convince anybody to go to these unexplored regions to find new gold deposits. The ones we're aware of have already been almost depleted to the point where we really don't think that we've got a lot of gold available anymore. It might only be a matter of time before we have to stop offering gold-plated sterling silver. I'm not trying to fear you, I'm not trying to put pressure on you, I'm just trying to make you aware of what's going on within the industry. These are key considerations, and even though the price of precious metals varies not just from day to day but from hour to hour, you know, in the long run this is going to become a consideration, definitely, because we're just not finding new deposits.
I mean, I would buy those.
Of gold.
I bought those, that pack.
Right.
You know, in multiples. Because I sell
$14.95.
Yeah.
Oh my word, there you go.
Because I sell a lot of pearls.
Okay.
And I wouldn't put anything else other than the precious metal with the pearls that I sell.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So for me to buy a pack like that,
yep,
you've got 2 sets because you've got 2 pairs of earrings.
Yep.
You've got the findings, you've got the bolt ring clasps, you've got the head pins.
Of course.
I've got everything in that pack that I need to make 2 sets of pearls. 2 complete
sets of jewellery, and you can advertise them as featuring precious metals.
And at $7.95, it means, you know, that it's cost you less than £4. Plus you've got some left over for your stash then.
Good thinking.
So for me, that is just a
Do you know what, essential. I think really there, you've really put it in a little microcosm there for a lot of jewellery makers. I'm talking about the idea, you know, quite existential ideas about precious metals, but Janet's just balled it right down there for you. If you think about it, you can create 2 sets. The mechanics of the designs have cost you less than £4 for the entire set.
Yeah.
So that's all you need to add on in terms of costs for the set itself. £7.95, an incredible deal there. We are now becoming very heavily subscribed on that deal. Again, there's about 20-30 people that place in their baskets. You've got to be checking out right now because we've also got a queue on the free phone number. Stay where you are. You'll be answering the order in which you dial. Good luck to everybody on that deal because it is incredible value and a fantastic opportunity for people to multi-buy there.
Yeah.
And lots of people are. We're going to move on and continue to find the findings, and I think if Glenn doesn't find that findings pack soon, he's going to smash this place to pieces. That was an accident, he just dropped something in case you heard that noise. They have gone missing though. The actual sample's gone. That Mark Smith, eh? Right, gold plated 925 sterling silver. Once again, we've just talked about the idea of adding value to your designs, working with precious metals. And that's exactly what you've got here. Gold plated sterling silver. This time, a bit more of a significant look actually, because these are your toggle clasps and they're quite sizable. 13mm toggle, 22mm bar. I mean, again, if you are thinking about creating cufflink designs for the gentleman in your life for Christmas, you need your toggle clasps, don't you? Right, well, I'll show you how simple it is, because you just need the T-bar, 1 gemstone, and a little bit of wire, and you're done, aren't you?
Yep.
Even I've made a pair of cufflinks, not as good as this, not as good as Phil's, but I have to say, when you're working with precious metals, especially if it's quite an intimate item like cufflinks, which is quite delicate, isn't it? Really, you can see that there's not a lot of sort of design, if you like, that's gone into that piece. It's more to do with the precision of the making, I would say.
Yep.
And so, if you're using gold-plated sterling silver,
Halfway there,
definitely
right?
adding value. Yeah, you can't go wrong, can you? Definitely not. And of course, it's going to make the actual wearer feel special because they're wearing a precious metal. You've got to think about the wearer. That's ultimately what jewellery's all about.
And I was going to say toggle clasps, for me, you know, are the things that ask for the most, to be honest.
Absolutely.
You know, people like toggle clasps because they're easy to put on.
Not fiddly,
they yeah, so they haven't got to worry about a clasp. So it's good to have that option to offer your customers.
Absolutely.
You know, if somebody doesn't want a lobster claw clasp or a bolt ring clasp or something, and they want a toggle, then you've got options then, you know.
Yes. So this is again something that you could potentially offer as a sort of a bespoke service.
Yeah,
so you could have the design created and then you could have a selection of clasps there and say, how would you like me to finish it for you?
Yeah.
Do you want a bolt ring, lobster claw, or of course the toggle clasp? The other good thing about a toggle clasp from that point of view, if you are thinking about the sort of the mechanics of it, not only is it quite easy, but of course the more gem heavy the piece is, the more secure the fastening becomes with a toggle clasp, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right, because it holds it in place then, doesn't it? Yeah.
So, you know, there's lots of different options there, and of course, gold-plated sterling silver. I would describe it as high-end on top of high-end. Wow, really? $6.95? That's not even a price reduction. That's the price for 3 gold-plated sterling silver toggle clasps, just $6.95.
Wow.
Here we go. Actually, do you know, I was going to get the tweezers out. I don't need the tweezers. They're so large. That just goes to show that, you know, even if you do have the dexterity problems or anything like that, toggle clasps could be the solution. Some people are going to be a little bit concerned, you know, maybe an older person might be concerned if they receive jewellery at Christmas thinking, I'm never going to be able to put this on. And then you'll just see the look of relief when they spot the toggle clasp, I'm guessing. But actually, doesn't matter what age you are, you can have dexterity problems, can't you? You can get a bit of arthritis, got some in my knee. I'm an old 30-year-old, I've got to say. I really am. I've got gout, arthritis.
Oh, weird.
I have. What can you do? It's a medical condition, Helena. Yeah, it can be very painful. What do you think it is? It's arthritis of the toe, that's what it is. No. $6.95 for gold-plated toggle clasps. We're going to move on. Okay. We're now doing base metal findings. Common misconception, Helena, that it's about eating rich foods. It's just to do with an increase in uric acid within your system. You can get it from eating too many tomatoes. They're good for you. Okay, anyway, moving on from gout, let's focus back on jewellery making, shall we? Antique bronze plated copper. So you've got your base metal here, which makes it a little bit more sturdy, if you like. The actual design could become a little bit more robust, but also here you've got quite a vintage style in the finish, because you've actually got antique bronze plating on the surface. Love these. I've got to get them out of the bags, because actually the detailing on the findings themselves is what is going to add to your designs, for my mind. You've got the sort of brushed finish, which is often associated with quite high-end Italian style design. Actually, that's the kind of metal work you'd see from your Italian designers. Have a look at that. Love this brushed finish.
Wow.
Okay, my apologies, I didn't fully understand that either. Okay, right, now I do get it. So this is what I've got in this particular findings pack. You're definitely going to get a selection of antique bronze plated copper findings, but I don't know what you're going to get. It's a lucky dip. It's a bit of a mystery. You like this? This could be a good way of maybe putting your skills to the test, like we do with our expert designers on the show, because this could be a little sort of design challenge for you. You don't know what findings you're going to receive. You could even give yourself a 4-hour time limit. That could be quite fun, couldn't it? Have a look at this, because you've got this sort of, you've got the rope effect detailing on this particular toggle class, and you've also got that sort of teardrop shape that you don't see every day. I love that. For a vintage style design, that would look fantastic, wouldn't it?
And that's the thing, I think, don't treat packs like this just as mechanics of holding your jewellery together. They've got to be part of the design process.
Absolutely.
And sometimes buy one of those packs and sit down and let the pack dictate the direction that you go in with your design. You know, sort of start with a finding. Just challenge yourself to start with a finding and then work from there.
That's great. And do you find that, you know, obviously you're very experienced, but if you are new, that will help you to develop your own personal skills within jewellery making.
Definitely.
If you shift the focus of the design process.
Yeah.
How about these? I mean, just because I've got a bit of a one-track mind at the moment, how about these for cufflinks? Look at that.
Oh, wow.
But I have to say, even though that's true, producer Helena, she's saying you're just trying to get people to make you more cufflinks. Yes, but also make them with these because I like them. No, but imagine that, because like we talk, just like when we say, you know, a clasp that has a bit of detailing can become a feature of the design. You can set it at the front of an asymmetrical look. You know, we want to show off too, you know, girls. Just imagine that through your buttonhole. This is a totally different dynamic, isn't it? A little bit of texture, but still looks quite almost industrial, if you like. Actually, they'd be great for steampunk designs, wouldn't they? Sorry, Glenn, just move that straight out of shot. They'd be fantastic, the steampunk looks. Now, as I say, this is a lucky dip, so I don't know exactly what you're going to receive. All I do know is that it's going to be antique bronze plated copper, and you're going to get an assortment of findings here, and everyone's going to pay the same final low price of $9.95. You can see I've got quite a impressive collection. I've got your little Kumihimo clasps there. Someone will receive this collection of items. So this is one of the selections, but it is a lucky dip. So there you go. Same rope effect, but much more subtle on a smaller toggle class there. You've got these quite sizable spacer beads really there. You get a lot of them. This is just as part of this pack, just to be clear, it is a lucky dip opportunity, and you've also got your fine head pins there. So huge selection of findings there, all for less. I can't even pick those fine head pins up. Oh, there you go. Brilliant. $9.95. I'm going to move on from that particular deal. Put that together in a second. And here we go. We're going to bring you another wholesale bundle. Love the colour combination here. Absolutely gorgeous. Purples and greens for me, one of my favourite colour combinations, not just in jewellery design, but I think, you know, fashion, in art. I just think greens and purples just tend to work in a very complementary way. Here, have a look at the difference in the finish you have on each and every gemstone. You've got that beautiful metallic shimmer from what is in fact copper colour coated black agate, although I have to say, for a copper tone, there's a lot of pink in there. It's coming through as sort of a purple metallic tone as opposed to a copper shade, personally. That's my interpretation. It's got more of a sort of lavender hue to it. Would you agree with that, Jan?
Yep, they're absolutely stunning, aren't they?
They're gorgeous.
They are beautiful.
Just not sure about that copper classification. Anywho, when you see them in the flesh, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. Kind of purple hue coming through there as well. We've also got, look at these fantastic Labradorite rounds. These are 4mm again, so you've got that delicate shade. These are polished rounds, so again, they'll work in everyday pieces, or because of the labradorescence, they'll work in some of your high-end designs as well. If you are drawn to an optical effect, then this has to be, again, one of the best quality strands of Rainbow Moonstone we've seen for some time, and you're getting it all, again, in the delicate 4mm rounds. Of course, if you're putting something together for a June baby, this could be a consideration, because this is June's birthstone. Just try and catch the agilurescence there for you so you can see that it is present on these. It's a bit more difficult on the smaller cuts, of course, but oh, they're all showing me an electric blue tone, and as soon as I turn them towards the camera, we're losing it a little bit. There we go. I think it just caught it on the top of one. I mean, can you imagine creating a gorgeous micro macrame bracelet using labradorite and moonstone? A little bit of movement on the wrist line, you're going to be able to really maximise on the optical phenomenon known as labradorescence and agilurescence from your moonstone. And then this for me just ties it all together. Rich sort of emerald green tone that you've got from your agate rounds. These are 6mm in size, so probably a little bit more of a classic cut for your macrame bracelets. Again, if you got hold of that satin cord earlier, this could be a must-have, because you've got 4, 6 and 8mm rounds here, all perfect for that kind of discipline. Those beautiful braiding techniques. Love the combination of colours here as well. And once again, we're going to bring you a wholesale price point for 4 strands of gemstones. Normally, these are $14.80. Again, already completely ridiculous value when you think about what you're getting hold of here, including Moonstone, Labradorite, green agate and your coated black agate, all, I know, I've never seen Jan look perturbed. Normally she's just like, oh, that's a bit low, but she was actually a bit like, looking a bit sternly there, like, what are you doing now? £2.49 per strand.
I'm a bit shocked actually at the, yeah. Because I've made these, and you think that price.
Can we have a little closer look at those designs actually? I'll bring them over here. That's great, thank you. Oh yes, I like that. Now this is interesting.
Quickly.
So you've created a feature within this design by just adding a few spaces, but only for a short...
Yeah, just a bit of an asymmetric design, but
love that.
It just adds that, just takes the eye, you know, just adds a design feature to it.
Fantastic, because often when we think of asymmetrical designs, we often think of one feature gemstone or a more gem-heavy piece. This is pretty much a classic design. Actually, can I grab that white bust behind you? Because I feel like the colour tones are getting a little bit lost on that design.
But the thing is, that's just a simple stranding, and you know, and it's
this is what people need to think about, isn't it? Sometimes it is about, you know, like I was saying earlier, just being a little bit more strategic, just showing a bit of design intelligence, if you like. You don't have to go above and beyond with what you're trying to create, but just think about what you're putting together, and that all of a sudden is gone from being just a sort of a classic beaded design to having a design concept behind it.
Yeah. I mean, you could imagine a piece like that in a boutique with a matching pair of earrings or something, And you know, it'd hold its own, wouldn't it?
Well, you wouldn't be able to get it for £2.49, put it that way.
Yeah, that is crazy, isn't it?
It's amazing, isn't it? £2.49 per strand on this particular bundle. 4 strands for £9.95. Again, pretty much a no-brainer. I've got to say, there's going to be a lot of designers out there this evening. So when you consider, you've got your Gems of Distinction white moonstone there in 4mm polished rounds for just £2.49 as part of this bundle. And I think the name of the bundle pretty much sums up the thinking process of the person who put it together there.
Yep.
We're going to put that to one side. In fact, I'll just leave it there. And okie dokie, we're going to move on. We want to find something for everyone tonight. Ooh, is this green onyx? Fantastic. So we've already seen some of the alternative colour tones when we brought you the onyx cabochons earlier, over 2,000 carats for less than £30. And right now we're about to bring you a Gems of Distinction strand. Beautiful rich forest greens here. Again, quite traditional colour tone, almost the kind of colour tone I think people would traditionally associate with emerald. If you are a regular viewer, you might be a little bit more informed about the colour tones you'll find in emerald, particularly from different locations. But you know, I just think for your potential customer base, this is the kind of colour tone they'd associate with that gemstone.
Yeah.
But I actually think onyx is quite a well-known gemstone. It's traditionally used by some of the biggest designers on the planet, normally as an accent gemstone. And I think one of the reasons that black onyx is used so heavily is because it looks so opulent alongside golden tones. So often 9 karat gold, 18 karat gold on black onyx will be set with those designs. But actually, when you have an alternative colour tone of a traditional gemstone, this can attract quite a lot of attention at a craft fair, because of course you're actually educating your customer, if you like, because they might not even have heard of green onyx previously. Absolutely beautiful depth of colour as well. So again, you get that waxy lustre on the surface of a gemstone because of the way it's been faceted. So I think we've seen a few examples of this evening where our lapidurist, the gemstone cutter, is actually enhancing Mother Nature's work and adding value, adding luxury to your designs through the way the gemstones have been cut and faceted. 70 carats of green onyx on this particular strand. The range in size, again, they graduate down from 8x5 to 13x7, giving you 70 carats in total. You can create any design you fancy using these top drill drops, whether it's a matching set or one of Jan's wirework rings. We are going to give you an exclusive price reduction. It's only going to be available for the next 60 minutes. What are you going to do with your 70 carats of green onyx? Should be $8.95. We're about to take it down to the lowest price we can show you on our live show, $6.95 this evening. As I say, for 70 carats of green onyx. Absolutely ridiculous, really. Like I say, I think people are almost getting a bit blasé about the price points that we're doing here at Jewellery Maker, because this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. This is the finest possible quality of onyx that we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker. It's been faceted, top drilled, so it gives you all of that design scope. At $8.95, we're already in danger of devaluing the gemstone, but at $6.95, it's a no-brainer. Just dial the free phone number or click to buy now to add this strand to your order for, well, what is almost a pocket money price really, $6.95. We're going to move on, and we're going to bring you another gemstone that offers you quite an interesting finish. It almost looks like it's frosted, like the Smoky Quartz was. In fact, I'm going to put these together. Oh yes. Now this particular strand has only been available to Jewellery Makers once prior to this evening, and I've got a funny feeling this could be your last opportunity to get hold of that. Do you like that as a combination, Jo? Well, yeah. Didn't want to say it, but yeah, that definitely works, doesn't it? Yeah. Thinking like simple pair of earrings where you have the graduation of size as well, because obviously these are 10mm and these are 8mm.
Yep.
We haven't even seen that natural sparkle from the druzy yet, and already people are flying in on the phone lines. Don't really blame you. Probably people who have already got the Smoky Quartz. That's still available, I believe, on our website, but limited availability on that strand. But we're going to move on because we want to have a look at this druzy a little bit more closely. Again, you've got a graduation of colours. It tends to be quite prevalent in the orange gemstones that you get that graduation of colours, don't you? The variations. Love that, because you do get the sort of tangerine tones there, but also very bright golden tones. This could be used to give your winter designs a little bit of a lift, I suppose, because you've got the frosted finish.
Yeah. Like oranges and lemons, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Nailed it. Oranges and lemons. Right, so the Bells of St. Clement. Start dialing the free phone number right now before you see the druzy inclusions, because as soon as you see these natural crystal formations giving you that traditional sparkle, the phone lines are going to erupt. Love it. It's quite subtle, a little bit difficult to show you on screen actually, but when you see it in the flesh, look at this. Maybe this will be easier for me to get across on screen.
Imagine just a simple wire wrapped ring with just that druzy on the top.
Solitaire.
Yeah, would look fabulous, wouldn't it?
Absolutely out of this world. In fact, you could even be, you could even make more of a feature of the more subtle Smoky Quartz if you were to use these to accent it, I suppose.
Yes, yeah.
Just a couple of these either side. I'd probably go for the oranges, personally. So again, that's just personal preference. Actually, you could create a little sort of trilogy design, couldn't you? You could have a druzy either side of a Smoky Quartz.
If you do a bit of a weave bracelet and have the druzy on the outside and the Smoky Quartz running down the centre.
Oh, I like that.
That'd look good, wouldn't
nice, yeah, absolutely. As I say, Smoky Quartz still available right now, bringing you this beautiful orange druzy. Actually, I'll probably go with a golden druzy just because of the variations in colour. Wow, look at this one. Wow. And you're not going to get that from a synthetic or a piece of glass, are you? That's all Mother Nature's hard work there. Okay, we've got to get the price on the screen. These are literally flying out the door. So many people getting involved. Don't blame you. Do you know what? Not only is it the time of year where people have to start thinking about putting together multiple designs, either for craft fairs or as gifts if you are a hobbyist and you don't sell your designs, but also kind of year when you need to be picking up bargains as well, isn't it? Where you need to be really maximising on the value you're going to receive. This is the right show to come to. Come to the Late Show. Not only do we give you last of stock opportunities and the lowest possible prices we can find, but also, if you've already got an order up and running, this is the last chance, I suppose, to add to that order and make the most of your £2.95 per day. So you can't go wrong, particularly when we're bringing you 160 carats of gold and druzy quartz for £6.95. We are now going to leave that on with you. In fact, we're going to go to a quick break. Now, don't forget, coming up later in the show, I think is our superstar buy in the final hour. Not going to say definitely 10 to 9. Could come up any time after 8 PM. These are the little floral or four-leaf clover connectors. We had a similar design in rose gold on Thursday. Hundreds of people on the phone lines within minutes. So if you want to add these to your order, you need to be coming through quite quickly. We do have a fairly healthy quantity, but I don't think there'll be enough to go out. In fact, just had confirmation that the rose gold ones did sell out while they were live on screen last Thursday. So if you want the silver variety, please dial early to avoid disappointment. Otherwise, expect to miss out on that deal. The price point's incredible. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more amazing add it to your order deals. Don't go away.
Come and join guest designer Fiona on our resin workshop. Fiona will guide you through designing with resin and building techniques such as using resin to make cold connections, using wire, creating bezels, and using other mediums to create colour and texture. The full course includes resin and epoxy enamelling hardener, a bead scoop, a selection of different gauged wire, a selection of alcohol inks, glitters, gilding flakes and Angelina fibres, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, the Gem Museum and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
I'm a massive fan of macrame. I have been ever since I was introduced to the medium, nearly 2 years ago now. And what I love about it is the simplicity of it, but also the myriad of knots that are available. There are hundreds of different combinations. You actually start off with 5 knots, but it's just the way you use them and the combination of knots, the type of gemstones that you use, and the cords that we've got in stock at the moment are just amazing. We've got hemp, which is a really good basis to start, and then we go up to satin. We've just had some amazing paracord introduced to the setup as well. And the gemstones, every single gemstone just lends itself so well to this discipline. As I said, it's very easy, it's very simple techniques, very easy to pick up, anyone can do it, and the world is your oyster, literally.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
I like working with Kamihimo because it's a very mobile craft. I can take it with me to various different places and work on it on the go. It's got endless patterns that you can create with lots of varied materials which JewelleryMaker sell in abundance. So things like our satin cords and waxed cords, but we can use ribbons and wire as well. And I like the product because that it's sort of something that all ages can do. So from the very young, my children enjoy making Kamihimo braids, right through to people who might have some sorts of dexterity problems because it's very easy, there's nothing heavy to move, and you get into a real zone of sort of peaceful tranquility while doing it, and it just takes you to another place and you just get lost in the moment of making Kamihimo.
Come and join guest designer Fiona on our resin workshop. Fiona will guide you through designing with resin and building techniques such as using resin to make cold connections, using wire, creating bezels, and using other mediums to create colour and texture. The full course includes resin and epoxy enamelling hardener, a bead scoop, a selection of different gauged wire, a selection of alcohol inks, glitters, gilding flakes and Angelina fibres, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, the Gem Museum and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker is getting ready for Christmas and we'd like to treat you. Spend £50 or more with us today and you'll receive a free gift up to the value of $49.95. Offer is only valid while stocks last, so make sure you get in quick.
Welcome back to the late show here on JewelleryMaker. We're over the halfway point. Hopefully, we've already found add it to your order deals for a lot of you out there, but we won't rest until we found something for everyone. And of course, coming up in the final hour of the show, our superstar buy this evening, the silver floral connectors. These are the little, well, they're described as tiny connectors, but I did make this point on Thursday. They're not that tiny. You're underestimating the size of things, girls. Come on. I think they're large enough to make an impact, and you do get a wholesale number. Look at that. You got a lot going on with these, so they get a lot of these. They're coming up in the final hour of the show, so just over 60 minutes to wait for this particular deal, and we'll even provide you with a little bit of inspiration because Jan is working with these at the moment. Right now, we're going to continue to add incredible value to your orders by giving you another wholesale bundle. Love the concept here. In fact, I was just saying this during the break to the gorgeous Helena, because what I like about this nugget bundle, often when we put together these kind of collections, they tend to have a theme, and of course that's always useful. It might be a colour combination, it might be the kind of cut, but I think the reason this particular bundle is going to work so well is that not only do you get these 3 very organic cuts, and I love the colour tones as well. Again, that's quite similar to the colour tone we saw in that Kyanite, isn't it? Somewhere between a green and a blue. And these are your quartz droplets. They range in size from 11x8 to 14x11. And then we've got your green quartz nuggets. They're 10x4mm. There will be slight irregularities, but on our average or approximately they're at 10x4mm. Then we've got very, very organic cuts in your Labradorite. These are almost sort of like natural rock formations actually, or icicles or something like that. They're really organic, but it does actually allow the labradorescence to come through in quite a unique way as well. Love that. Oh wow, sorry, hold on. Labradorescence actually graduates from green to blue on that gemstone. I don't know if that's coming through on screen, but it's very prominent on the stone itself. As I lean it back towards me, it goes from blue into the greens. That's really impressive. Now, the most impressive thing about this particular bundle, I believe, is the design concept itself. So you've got the organic cuts there, 3 varying sizes, and then just to tie it all together, this is a great idea, 1 uniform strand. So you've got your 4mm rounds of Labradorite here, comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and it means that you can use all these gemstones together. Or of course, if you do want to separate them out and you use these all as the texture of a design, if you like, this becomes sort of like your transitional strand. This is the one that ties them all together. You can use it to accent the stones or as spacers. I mean, you might choose to use them all individually and keep these for your soutache designs, for example, or your beadloom designs. But I think as a design concept, if you think about the theme of this bundle, the 4mm rounds, despite being very subtle, really are the linchpin that holds all these other strands together. Well, that and the colour tones. Very eclectic colour tones, very versatile colour tones. Mother Nature's base tone, if you like. We sometimes hear it referred to that here, referred to as that on JewelleryMaker. But actually, again, quite masculine colour tones. So you could use these in sort of unisex pieces.
Together, but you can use each of them as a statement piece on their own.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
Oh, sorry, I just got distracted there by a gemstone, so I'm sure I can be let off. But have a look at this. This is almost like a cuboid shape. Check out this again, where you've got the larger surface here. The labradorescence is amazing, isn't it?
Stunning.
Love that. Absolutely love that. And there you go, look, I'll just flip it onto the other side, and there you go, you got the same effect. That's fantastic, isn't it? That just goes to highlight the quality of the Labradorite we have here at JewelleryMaker. That's why it's proved to be so popular over the last few years. Who knows, it might even retain its title as our favourite gemstone for a 3rd year running. Now these are quite lengthy strands, you're getting a lot of bang for your buck. 4 strands, once again, a wholesale deal. Well over 500 carats, in fact well over 600 carats on this deal. Now, I'm not going to go along with that actually, because producer Hannah just said it should be 1480. There's no way these 4 strands of gemstones should be 1480. That's just the price we can normally offer you here at JewelleryMaker, because we give you the best value on the market. But this evening, £2.49 a strand.
Crazy.
She's not messing around, is she? That labradorescence is
stunning,
out of this world, isn't it? It's because you've got irregularities in the cuts and the shape, but quite definitive faces on the surface of the gemstone. They're quite large, aren't they? And so the labradorescence.
I mean, I've made just 2 pieces of jewellery and just used a few of them, and it's, you know, there's tons and tons left. So you, for that price, you could go on.
What do you find was like sort of the real draw from this then, or the most inspirational part when you look at this? Is it the cuts? Is it the gemstones? Is it the scope?
For me, it was the colour. Right. For me, I was drawn immediately to the Labradorite because it's so beautiful. I was drawn immediately to the green. I just love that green.
The emerald green or the sort of kyanite green that we were discussing earlier?
Well, both of them really. But the emerald green for me was the one that really stood out.
Actually, I almost feel like I'm doing that a disservice by calling it emerald green, and I won't say that very often, will I? But it is actually, do you know what? It's more reminiscent of a chrome dioxide green, actually.
It definitely is.
Don't you think?
And I was drawn to that and put it with some silver findings and things, and it's just beautiful. But they're all beautiful. It's just. Yeah.
Oh, I've absolutely fallen in love with this. Do you believe with my? Do you believe in my my concept that the 4mm rounds, that having that uniform strand in there, does help with the design process, or is that?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it can act as like a linchpin to hold things together.
I agree.
Or you can use them on their own. I mean, I've used it in a pendant. Just use them on their own, and so you can. Do you want me to?
I'm going to grab them. Yeah, I'm coming over to get them.
So I mean, you can use it as that, as you say, the transitional strand, or the thing that holds them together, or you can use them on their own as you know.
I should explain to everybody that the idea of a transitional strand is a little bit of an in-joke here on The Late Show. Helena might not even be aware of this, but it was. I think Gemma Crow was a little bit confused about my idea of putting certain gemstones together, and then she sort of said, actually, do you know what, anything will go together if you have a transitional strand. And so it became a little bit of a phrase here on the show. That's about right, isn't it, Jan? So so now it's a little bit of a design concept we've tried to develop in having a strand that will help to bring these colour tones or the shapes together within your design. And for me, that's how I would treat the 4mm rounds on this particular bundle. Huge number of people flying in for this one now. I'm not surprised. £2.49 per strand, under £10 for all four. Gorgeous colour tones, beautiful cuts. Can't go wrong with this kind of value. Lovely. I'm going to leave that one with you though, because we've got so much to get through, and we're going to move straight on to another green gemstone. This time offering you a little more vibrancy. That's how I would describe it. I think it's quite a vibrant gemstone, peridot. And of course, it gives you a certain amount of intensity to your design as well, actually.
Peridot is beautiful, isn't it?
It's gorgeous. I always question the way I hear it described by others, only because more than often, probably 8 times out of 10, I hear this described as offering you lime greens, and I'm not really going to go along with that, only because you get this sort of golden hue from the centre of the gemstone as well. I would say they're more like lemon and lime gemstones, almost like a citrus vibe going on, definitely, but not just the lime greens. You also get that zesty sort of lemon-like glow from inside the gemstone as well.
Gorgeous. Those pearls that we had earlier, those ones that we said, the apple fresh green ones.
Oh, absolutely.
Perfect with those.
Definitely, that's a fantastic combination. Sometimes I suppose people are putting together suites of jewellery for special events, not necessarily classic bridal designs, but you know, you get you know, civil partnerships, things like that, where really the whole idea sometimes is to be anti-traditional, if you like. Yeah. And that'd be a great way to do it, and you're still creating classic looks, but using more vibrant colour tones. Yep. So I think that would work for those kind of designs. Actually, I'll tell you what, in maybe like a torque necklace as vine leaves.
Yes,
Peridot would work there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you've got a flower design, a few of those either side of it would look absolutely perfect.
How about alongside the floral connectors?
Yeah.
I think those were. Oh, that's the other good thing about peridot as well. I just realised it works with silver or gold, just like amethyst. Even though it's at the other end of the spectrum in terms of the sort of traditional colour wheel, that works because the silvers and the golds definitely draw out those colours. You can't really go wrong with peridot. It's very intense. We often talk about the fact that it's the other gemstone other than diamonds that forms in the mantle of the Earth's crust, so very, very high pressures, intense temperatures that affect the way the gemstone actually forms. You can find that with peridot you get greater fire or brilliance than you do with a diamond. Not always going to be the case, but can be. And 35 carats on this particular strand, but it's actually a 32 centimetre strand of peridot here. 35 carats in total, offering you all of that gorgeous, vibrant colour tone. Just have a look at that. Actually the length of my arm. And have a look at Helena's price point this evening. 35 carats from our Gems of Distinction range traditionally, although even though you've got elite quality, fantastic saturation of colour, we're going to bring it to you and add it to your order price. I mean, you've got 32 centimetre strand here. It's a third of a metre of peridot. How often do you hear people classifying Mother Nature's gemstones in terms of their length? Normally carat weight or the size of the gemstone, but to say I've got a third of a metre's worth of peridot and for $6.95? Unheard of.
Beautiful.
Again, in my sort of previous role with the company as a producer on Gems TV, I can say categorically that I've sold peridot jewellery set into 9 carat gold for 3-figure sums. So to bring you 35 carats, right, and there was nowhere near 35 carats in those designs, so to bring you 35 carats of peridot for $6.95, unheard of, certainly from other suppliers. We are going to move on though. Aha! Now this is a very intriguing Gems of Distinction collection. This is from our collector's range actually, and it's almost a wholesale bundle, but from our elite range. So we haven't bundled these together. This is how the product comes, and we've taken 2 of the most impressive gemstones we stock here at JewelleryMaker, 2 of the highest quality varieties we've ever sourced, and we've put them together in one fantastic collection. The optical phenomenons that you get from these gemstones are spectacular. We know people have fallen in love with them. Now it does all come to you in a little presentation box, as I say, really from our elite range of gemstones. You see that? So you get your Labradorite and your Moonstone. I'm going to take them off of this because I want to be able to experience both the Labradorescence and the Adorescence independently before we see them together. So let's have a look at that Labradorescence first. We've already seen some fantastic varieties of Labradorite so far this evening. Look at that. This is why people fall in love with the gemstones so much. You never really know what you're going to see. Whether it's going to be those sky blues and electric greens, or whether it's going to be the golden tones. Look at that on the base of that there. Fantastic golden tones coming through there. Again, the lapidorist has almost strategically placed the facets to really highlight that optical effect, so you can make the most of it within your designs. Once again, you could actually just create multiple sets of droplet style earrings here and really maximise on that profitability. Now that's just your Labradorite. Yes, top quality from our Gems of Distinction range, offering that optical phenomenon known as Labradorescence, but how about this? Beautiful, wow. Rainbow Moonstone, and the Adorescence is absolutely spectacular. In fact, I've got little rainbows going on inside these gemstones. Amazing. Traditionally, you're going to see the blues, just like you do with Labradorite, but to find the little spectrums of colour, that's when they're really going to capture people's imagination. That's not when you know you're dealing with top quality Moonstone. Hopefully that's coming through. Can you see that? Now, not only is this a really, really popular gemstone in its own right, just like Labradorite, but by putting them together as this little one-off collection, of course, we can offer you even greater value. And tonight, we're going to go above and beyond. So we put them together, and it meant that, for example, we didn't have to charge $19.95 per strand. Because we bundled them together, we could offer you more of a wholesale deal, $29.95, so that's more like $14.95 per strand. But tonight, I told you, she's on one tonight. Producer Helena, she's on fire. She has been from 5 p.m. Have a look at this. She's going to take them down to £10 per strand. This is top quality Labradorite, top quality Rainbow Moonstone, faceted to perfection, top drilled, graduating in size from 5x4 to 9x6, and at £10 a strand right now. Amazing deal. They are spectacular.
Yeah.
You know, the Moonstone, because of the neutral colour tone, it's getting a little bit washed out by the studio lighting. Regular viewers will already be aware of this. They'll understand that you really got to get them home to make an informed decision. And of course, right now, we've extended that till the end of January. I've actually been looking at potential Christmas presents over the weekend online. Can't find anywhere that extends their money back guarantee. I almost was lured into a false sense of security by the kind of opportunities we offer here at JewelleryMaker. I was thinking, oh, what? You only get a normal 28 days on this? Like it's a given that everyone's going to extend their money back guarantee till the end of January. Quite rare, actually. Yeah. So, incredible way for you to experience these gemstones in the flesh. Maybe sort of match them up with metallic tones, potential accent gemstones, and then you'll have a much better idea of what you're going to achieve using these 2 strands of gemstones. Less than £10 per strand there for Labradorite and Moonstone, 2 of the finest quality strands from those particular gemstones we've ever seen. Really impressive. Where are we going to, sorry? Okay. More cultured pearls. We know they're popular. We know jewellery makers need them. We know they tick virtually every box. And these are definitely offering you that little bit of depth. These are your bronze cultured pearls. So again, for those, well, potentially vintage style designs, they'd work quite well, wouldn't they? And actually, another really important thing to consider is the metallic tones, and again, these will work with any metallic tones. So if you want a contrast, setting these with silver will look very elegant, won't it? Whereas if you want to go on the flip side of that and you want that rich, opulent look, these are going to work with the gold tones beautifully. You've got golden pearlescence,
rose gold,
absolutely,
copper tones, silver, anything. They're really, really
can't go wrong, can you?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
And 5mm in size, so not quite as delicate as the really intimate pearls, you know, the 3x2 ones that you might use in the bridal wear, but not as large as the luxury pearls, the 10mm, which are going to be a statement in the piece. So these could be a great accent, actually, couldn't they?
They're gorgeous, aren't they? And in a fascinator or something as well, just to, if you want sort of that sort of copper, that dark colour to them, that bronze colour in something. Just pop a few of those in and it adds that colour without being too overbearing. Beautiful.
Again, it's quite a versatile colour, isn't it? So it's going to go with lots of different outfits because it's quite neutral. All right, no trouble from the spaces there. So again, lots of design scope really, and with pearls,
you can't go wrong,
that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Lots of people coming through on the free phone number already. That's the way to do it. So I doff my cap to you if you're already on the phone lines, because you're almost assured a strand. If you've got them in your basket, you've got to check out. Otherwise, you might miss out. $6.95 for bronze cultured pearls this evening. I mean, these would have taken up to 5 years, potentially even longer, for each and every pearl to be cultivated.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It blows my mind when we do price points like this. But that is what we're all about. That is our remit here at JewelleryMaker. And as you commented earlier, if you've been making JewelleryMaker for a long... if you've been making JewelleryMaker... if you've been making jewellery as a designer for a long time before JewelleryMaker came along, you're probably going to have some idea of the value we're offering you here. It is completely ridiculous, unrivaled. The reason we can do it is that we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. We get as close to the source as possible to ensure that we are able to negotiate the the best deals and we pass those savings on to you. We have in fact been working with the same pearl supplier for over a decade now, so we're pretty confident in the prices we offer you. $6.95, congratulations if you're on the phone line. We are going to move on because it's star buy time. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion we're going to give you a chance to add one of the big four to your collection. We're going to make this as accessible as possible. I'll say that is what we're all passionate about here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, making genuine gemstones, items which have traditionally been considered luxury items that not everyone can own, that are out of people's price range, and we want to make them as accessible as possible. I think we're quite proficient at it these days, but how about this? Because again, not only do we want to be able to give you that chance to own luxury gemstones, but also to educate people about different varieties of those gemstones. And this strand for me really is a slightly different variety of ruby than we would traditionally see. So rather than looking at that traditional classification of the 4 C's where we see clarity and huge carat weights or traditional colour tones, this is something a little bit different. This is an opaque variety of ruby, and actually it offers you one of the most valuable considerations within this gemstone, because people aren't literally looking for a cherry red. Some of the most highest valued rubies on the planet also offer you a slight purple hue, and that's exactly what you've got on this strand. This is almost more like a red wine tone than a sort of pigeon blood red, if you like, so slightly different variety. That is the sort of industry terminology for describing traditional rubies, in case people are put off by that term. But you know, the sort of cherry reds, the glacier cherries if you like, that's not really going to get you the highest valuation for a ruby. You want to see that purple hue here, and if you look at the base of this gemstone, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. You've got a little bit more depth of colour there, so rather than a ruby, definitely got the reds there, but you're also getting that slight purple tone as well. Now the other thing about offering you an opaque variety of a gemstone is that often the polishing technique is entirely different, and on this occasion it's actually brought out a little bit of chatoyancy. Look at that. So you've got an optical effect, you've got an alternative colour tone, you've got an opaque finish, but you're offering your customers one of the big 4, the real McCoy rubies. 95 carats in total, top drill drops, and they range in size from 8x5 to 15x9mm in size. Once again, the only drawback here is that if you're not coming through on the phone lines right now, you're running the risk of missing out on this deal. This is a star buy opportunity, one of the big 4, and normally this will be available on our website for $44.95. Already, what are we talking about there? Less than 50p a carat? Less than 50p a carat any other time. Right now, you can add it to your order for $31.95. Now we're down to 33p per carat. No mucking about, even on the big 4 gorgeous rubies here. 95 carats of rubies, and how often do we see chatoyancy in a ruby? It's not an easy gemstone for us to get hold of. Probably one of the most popular varieties of corundum, alongside maybe blue sapphires. Other than that, pretty much people are demanding red rubies. Some, again, of the top designers on the planet are going to rely on this gemstone to create whole collections. Again, it's a birthstone, so if you know somebody whose birthday falls in July and you want to put together a very special Christmas gift for them, this could be a great investment. 31.95 for 95 carats of ruby. As I say, it works out at something like 33 pence per carat. That is incredible, isn't it? I'm going to leave that one with you as people are still coming through on the phone lines. Don't forget that incredible price reduction, only available for 60 minutes. Add it to your order and make use of your extended money back guarantee. You have until the 31st of January to make your final decision about that strand. We're going to move on though. And oh yes, sorry, it's these, isn't it? I've seen this bundle. Is that right? These are gorgeous. Again, these could be seen as seasonal gemstones for many people if you're thinking about putting together, I don't know, maybe your party do pieces if you like for your Christmas do. These would be gorgeous, wouldn't they? Subtle variation in the colour tones there between a sort of 9 carat gold and a bronze tone if you like. Oh. That makes sense, since one of them is called golden coated agate and the other one's called bronze coated agate. There you go. Clues in the title, Ed. Use your brain. The ovals are 18 by 13 millimetres in size, so again, large enough to be a feature within your designs, but also you could just use them quite subtly to create that metallic shimmer within your design. Now, something interesting about these. I'm caught in two minds. It's been classified as a heart shape. Normally, I wouldn't go along with that because there's no indentation. It's not defined. I'd probably say they're more like pear drops. But there is slight variations on like raised surface, and so where the light hits, it almost creates a little indentation. I don't know if I'll be able to capture. Can you see it there? You see that little, because the gemstone sits proud, where the light hits, it almost creates that indentation. So you could probably get away with these as hearts, in all honesty. There you go, can you see that? See how it's almost creating a shape within the gemstone where the light is? So I would say these are the first strand ever that have been borderline between a pear drop and a heart. So it's about your own personal interpretation. I think a lot of people are going to be drawn to these because they give you that metallic tone, which, you know, we talk about using, say, pyrite for that reason. But here we've got your agate, so much larger carat weights on each and every gemstone. So you've got 180 carats from your bronze coated agate in the heart slash pear drop shape, and then you get 180 carats from your golden coated agate in your traditional oval shape there. A double trouble deal. The only drawback to this, of course, is that we've halved our stock levels by bundling them together, so we're going to have to go with whichever one has the lower stock level. So some people could potentially miss out unless they're dialing right now. Should be $13.80. We're taking it under £10 tonight to give you incredible value, really. $9.95. Less than £5 per strand here, and actually they're very, very sizable. So again, you can make a real feature of these. In fact, solitaire rings again. Oh, it's like one mind. There you go, look at that. So that's exactly where you went with this then, Jan. The second you saw it,
for me,
solitaire
it's
rings.
a strand of rings in different designs.
Sorry.
What?
I was just put off by producer Helena's immediacy in claiming this design. She was like, "Shotgun, that's mine." You're the only one here that could probably get away with it, other than me, of course, but I'll let you have it. Yes, you're the only lady on the show. Helena has definitely fallen in love with that design. Sorry for my rude reaction there, but it was definitely making the point there, Helena, that she loves that design. Yeah. But why not? I mean, look at that.
But yeah, a strand of rings for me. I mean, I would sell that ring at that price, at £10.
Right,
if you sold
so that ring,
at £10, that's it then. And then you think if you made rings out of all of the others, you know, it's a money strand.
Well, don't worry. We'll find out exactly how much you'd make right now. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. 10, 20, 30, 40, 60, 70, 80, 90, 200. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 300. This is less than £10 we've invested so far. We're up to £300 worth of profit. Wow, well, £290 worth of profit, I suppose. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 400. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. £460. That is £450 worth of profit from this bundle alone. Wow. So we're basing that figure on Jan's designs and the intended sale price. So I'm not guaranteeing you're going to make £450, but you can see the potential when you look at the strand, can't you?
Well, if you bought a reel of 0.8 wire maybe, and a reel of 0.4 wire, and those two strands, the potential there, if you're selling your jewellery, to make at least £200.
Yes.
If you're being
okay, let's be conservative.
Really
That's a great way of doing it. Yeah.
And saying you're going to sell the rings for £5 each.
Yeah. So even if you scale it down based on your venue or your experience as a jewellery maker, to be honest, if you're going under £5 for a ring design, I think you're almost doing yourself a disservice. You're almost discrediting your own design, because of course if you don't build value into the piece of jewellery, you can't expect others to understand the value, because if you give people an excuse not to buy something, they're not going to buy it. It's as simple as that. So this is something that you've got to consider as a jewellery maker if you are attending craft fairs, or if you are starting to think about making to order in terms of a commission idea. Okay, we're going to have to leave that one there. It's flying out the door. People multi-buying left, right and centre. Fantastic designs, Jan, thank you. We're moving on, and we're going to stick with cultured pearls. Actually, I'll tell you what, quite a rich colour tone here. I might be... Oh, okay. Immediately Helena's agreeing with it, so I know I must be on to a winner. Love this. For your Christmas do, or even Christmas Day.
Yeah. Christmas Day, I reckon.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? Love that combination. Director Bruce is saying he'd prefer to wear them on New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Even that.
Why not? This is... How early do people start planning out their accessories for the party season, do we think?
Oh, I think it's always on your mind.
Oh, it's always on your mind. These are always on your mind. Okay, we're now bringing you massive Baroque pearls. So probably greater variation in the shape of these gemstones. So very organic nature to the way that they've been formed, but of course they have been hand carved by Mother Nature herself. 11 by 9 millimetres in size, so again luxury sizes on this particular strand. These are described as your mulberry coloured pearls, and for once I'm definitely in agreement with that particular colour classification, because that's exactly what you're looking at here, isn't it? That beautiful rich mulberry tone, somewhere between a red and a purple, almost like a mulled wine kind of colour tone. So again, that might be in keeping for seasonal jewellery, but they're pearls. We've been saying it since 5 PM this evening. They're going to work for any genre or style of jewellery making. 11 by 9 millimetres in size. Once again, huge number of people on the phone lines, and when you see the price point, you'll understand why. Luxury pearls for under £10. That was a little gasp there.
I want them.
You want these ones?
Yeah. Well, I want all of them.
What would you do with these then?
I'd just restrand them, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'd restrand them.
Just keep it simple.
Yeah. Put them in a box and sell them.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And just sell.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right actually, because
actually I'd buy two. I'd sell one and I'd wear one.
Make one for yourself.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's $7.95.
Yeah,
you can probably
do that,
afford to get hold of 2 strands, particularly if you think about the sale price for pearls. Even at craft fairs, you're going to, well, probably quadruple your money at least. In fact, you don't want to be selling a pearl necklace for less than £25, do you?
But don't only think about craft fairs. You know, think outside the box as well.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
salons.
I know Lucy's always telling the story about my pearl necklaces that I sell.
Right.
And I went to a jeweller's to get them valued, just to get an opinion on them, because I sell strands at say about £120 in the outlet that I sell them at.
Yep.
And took them to a jeweller's, and they said that I was massively underselling them.
Yeah.
And now they want me to make for them.
Right.
So go to, you know, think outside the box. Don't only think about your craft fairs. Think about going to your local jeweller and seeing what they think. And
That is pretty much
There's deals to be done.
the ultimate success story though for jewellery making, isn't it? That's what you really are aspiring to when you take up the hobby.
Yeah.
The idea that you go to get a valuation, not only do you get a positive idea from, you know, a master jeweller, somebody who's been valuing jewellery probably for 20, 25 years, not only do they turn around and saying you're undervaluing your own jewellery at a 3-figure sum, but so much so that I want to put them in my window.
Yeah. So go it out, you know, and I'm, you know, if I can do it, anybody out there can do it. You know, it's not rocket science.
Absolutely.
So, you know, go
I mean,
for
the
it.
techniques are actually quite simple. Once you've mastered them, your finish is only ever going to improve. I have to get to Alison's text. It's been on screen for some time. Alison has texted through from Norfolk to say, thank you, love pearls, amazing show for deals. Have to agree. Have to agree. Incredible value tonight. We're blowing some of our previous prices out of the water tonight. $7.95 for luxury pearls here. And as you can see, Jan's been talking there about her own personal success story using cultured pearls. So there you go. Great bit of inspiration for all of the hobbyists out there to get selling your designs.
Yep.
$7.95 on that one. Again, huge number of people multi-buying. And again, if you've got them in your basket, you know what to do. We're going to move on. And this time, we're going to bring you what appears to be January's birthstone. Beautiful garnet. Really interesting strand, actually. From one angle, you're getting sort of strawberry reds, but from the sort of internal glow of the garnet, you're getting like a sort of cognac hue, if you like, almost like an amber glow.
Yeah, I can see that actually from here. Yeah.
Makes them look really rich, doesn't it?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
They're fantastic. So on your screen, again, they are going to look a little more saturated than they will in reality. We're definitely picking out both those tones there. You can see, in fact, I might hold them that way. There you go. So you can see that sort of cherry red from one angle. When you see them in the flesh, you'll be able to appreciate this slightly alternative colour tone I'm seeing emanating from the centre of the gemstone. Garnet, like a diamond, has an isometric crystal structure, generally a 6-sided crystal structure. And as a result, you get that single refractive index. So that's why you're able to see that sort of inner glow from the gemstone, because the light enters this gemstone, travels through at one speed. So if it was faceted, you'd get that very traditional sparkle or luster. But because these are polished, the light isn't bouncing around inside the gemstone, it's literally passing through and giving you that gorgeous play of like that beautiful, almost like an inner glow. That's how I describe it. Absolutely beautiful. These would be perfect for charm bracelets. Absolutely natural. Rhodolite garnet, again, you might consider this to be the sort of flagship variety. We know that garnets are quite unique in that they're not exactly a family of gemstones. They're more, not even a species, more of a type of gemstone. So you do get green garnet, you do get tangerine or mandarin garnet, but I think most people associate these rich cherry reds with this particular gemstone. And we're about to take this Gems of Distinction strand to the lowest ever price. Currently, this is available on our website. Wow, it's already down at $17.95, garnet of this quality. We're not going to stay there. We're going to take these to the lowest ever price. Start dialing the free phone number right now. You can only take advantage of this deal for the next 60 minutes, or more likely, while stocks last. Just put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket this evening. $12.95. And again, if you are starting to sell your designs, if you intend to maybe attend the craft fairs a bit more frequently over the Christmas period, maybe to try and make some money, maybe just to get your name out there, there might be a few shoppers who are interested in January's birthstone. People who have their birthday at the start of the year, they tend to get bundled in with the Christmas buying, don't they? And so if you've got garnet on your store, bound to attract a little bit of attention. I have to say, this is a strand that I would suggest you get home and see in the flesh. Of course, we've extended our money back guarantee until the 31st of January, and I don't think we can really appreciate the colour tones that we've got from this garnet until we see it in the flesh.
No,
Absolutely
I
at
think
all.
what you're seeing on screen isn't sort of a true sort of representation of it, is it?
No, it's sort of just one dimension when there's a lot more layers to the colour tone here, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with that. You've got to see that one in the flesh. And I've got to move on. That is a clearance price of $12.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. Moving on. Ooh, bezel set gemstones here. Classic look here from whichever angle you look at these. You've got the classic top drill drop. You've got checkerboard faceting. You've got your faceted black onyx here, so you're getting that traditional luster. And it's all been set into the 95 sterling silver for you. Now these bezel set gemstones definitely add value to your designs, because even if you're competing against other designers that shop from us here at JewelleryMaker, there is a real chasm of difference between being a jewellery designer and being a silversmith. That is definitely true, and silversmithing does demand a lot of resource, a lot of health and safety considerations, and they are worlds apart. You know, jewellery design is quite an intricate process. Silversmithing can be quite an industrial task, if you like. So these are the kind of items that really do separate designers from crafters, in my view, because these are pretty much the best of the best. You'd be hard pushed to try and recreate this. Of course, if you're into silversmithing, you are talented in that way, then you could recreate it, but it wouldn't be that cost effective either. 925 sterling silver, once again, instantly adding value to your designs, and of course, very, very versatile. They're going to work in any design because you've got the neutrality from the jet black tone there. You've got the sophistication from the luster that you see on the surface of the gemstone. You can see that here, where you can see it in every single facet, depending on where the light hits the surface of the gemstone. Onyx, of course, very, very well-known gemstone, so quite traditional. People are going to be aware of it. And of course, this, again, if we're talking about design scope and versatility, that'll work in gentlemen's jewellery as well as more feminine designs. I'm thinking about maybe like taking Jan's advice. I'm not thinking about cufflinks, actually. Thinking about taking Jan's advice there, using the top drill hole to anchor it, creating a little tie pin. About that. Yeah. Yeah?
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
You see? Not all about cufflinks. Also send me tie pin. No, I'm joking. 925 sterling silver here. Bezel set, so as I say, instantly adds value to the design, but to be honest, the onyx is doing a lot of work for you as well there, isn't it?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Paparazzi style flashes from the luster on these onyx gemstones, and here comes your price this evening, $27.95. Huge amount of opulence from that gemstone, and as I say, adding lots of value to your designs if you're working with bezel set gemstones, particularly checkerboard faceted black onyx. Can't go wrong with that one. We're moving on. Oh, I like these. Amethyst coloured banded agate, but in quite a unique cut. So again, you could use these as pendants, but you could also use them as accent stones within a larger design. So very eclectic. They're 25 by 18 millimeters in size, and each and every gemstone completely unique here, offering you a bespoke finish on each and every jewellery design. And I will highlight that to you by picking a few variations. I mean, you see there almost like zebra style striping on that particular gemstone. I love that one. Actually, you're quite right. Looks like a fingerprint, isn't it? Not Mother Nature's. No, I'm joking, yeah. So that comes from the natural banding, but of course these have been dyed to be this rich amethyst purple colour tone. Now that's before you see very subtle way these have been faceted. Quite large facets on the surface, but that's going to feed into certain designs. Look at that again. You can draw that luster depending on the angle at which the light hits the gemstone. Really, really impressive, and of course, look at that. No two are the same, so that's what makes these banded agate strands so popular, I think. A lot going on with this strand, and of course, as I say, kind of in the middle really there, aren't they? You could wire wrap these and create sort of a cocktail style ring. You could use them as the focal point or a pendant for a necklace design, or the feature in an asymmetrical design. In fact, got the perfect way to incorporate these into an asymmetrical design, haven't we, coming up through your floral connectors. Actually, you know what, that looks really gorgeous, doesn't it? The silver against that amethyst purple tone.
Beautiful.
That's a gorgeous look. Actually, do you know what, you could actually use these as features within the design. You don't just have to use them as a mechanic, because there you go, one's gone missing. Didn't lose it. But you could actually set them onto the surface of a gemstone.
If you're wire wrapping, you could sort of wire wrap those so that they sit flat against the gemstone, and then that flower design's going to sort of pop out then, isn't it?
I think that might be the way to go. And then of course the wholesale price we'll give you on those coming up very soon in the final hour as our superstar buy. Right now we need to get the price on screen for 350 carats of purple banded agate here in your 25 by 18 mil slabs for just $7.95 once again, and add it to your order price. So if you have got your order up and running, you need to take advantage of this deal right now. $7.95 wholesale price point for a huge carat weight of a genuine gemstone. Moving on. Am I losing it? Oh, here they are, yes. Sorry. Another wholesale bundle. Once again, this has been put together by producer Helen, and I have to say the colour combination, absolutely fantastic. Might not be something everyone's considered either, the use of the chocolate browns from your Smokey Quartz and the sort of magenta tones that are being offered here on your pearls and your shell. Love that. It's not a sort of classic combination, is it? But it definitely works.
Beautiful. Gorgeous.
So again, like the inclusion of different textures within the cuts that you've got here, you can see that high impact strand of Smokey Quartz there. They are your graduated drop style nuggets. They're ranging in size from 6x3 to 11x5, giving you 150 carats on this particular 40 centimetre strand. Incredible. And then we've got the uniformed rounds, once again of Smokey Quartz. 3mm in size here, so quite delicate. I think intended to be an accent gemstone, but as we know, they're going to feed into some very, very popular disciplines such as micromacrame, soutache, bead looming. The list goes on and on, of course. Then we've got these flat droplets of shell. We saw these earlier in the sort of teal colour tone, didn't we? Now we've got a little bit more colour bang, if you like, from the purple tones here. Almost like a neon purple, really. And again, the nacre that you get from the shell behaves in a very similar way to pearlescent, so you almost get that shiller on the surface of them as well, don't you? Perfect as petals or wings. But the actual I'm trying to think of the word. The elongation, sorry, that's the word I'm looking for, of the droplet style, of course, is quite synonymous with luxury jewellery design anyway, isn't it? And then, we wouldn't let you down, more cultured pearls. This time the plum colour tone that we saw earlier, 7x6mm in size. These are sort of through drilled, so they're going to hang quite naturally within your designs. Can't go wrong with pearls, as we've discussed at length from 5 p.m. And love the colour tones here. The browns and the purples just seem to complement each other quite beautifully, really.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
It's kind of like the combination of black and pink, but toned down a little bit, like we discussed.
I'm using the pearls actually.
Oh,
no. Do you want to have a look? I'll just put the clasp on it.
This is amazing.
I haven't finished yet because this
Helena, prepare yourself for taking 2 designs home this evening. I'm just going to move this to one side. Oh no, we've got a bust. Wow.
This is just the basis of, because I'm going to use the connector, so I haven't finished it yet, but you can see how the pearls go together. The pearls are just absolutely
How
beautiful.
much would you pay for that from one of the high street jewellers? Seriously.
They're just beautiful, aren't they, the pearls?
Helena's got dibs on that one. She's really expanding her jewellery collection
And it's not
tonight.
finished yet.
And it's not even finished. Even more detailing to add. I'll tell you what, you make your money back for the entire bundle of this design alone, and you've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 pearls, a handful of cultured pearls from the strand. I'm just going to count and show you that too. So that many pearls, that's all it's taken. Look at all of that. You could probably make 3 or 4 of these off just a strand of pearls. Bearing in mind that we have actually created a wholesale bundle. We're all getting carried away. I love the use of the connectors as well there.
They're beautiful, aren't
They're
they?
just adding. The pearls are adding. They're not really competing within the design. I'll let you complete your design. Thank you for that though. Fantastic inspiration there. Currently, if you wanted to add all 4 strands to your order, it'd be £15.80. You'd pay that for the pearls alone from other suppliers. You know, producer Helena's not going to let you down. £2.49 a strand, anybody? What am I talking about? £2.89 per strand. Sorry, I did my maths wrong.
Crazy.
Less than £3 a strand. Can't say fairer than that. Unbelievable. In fact, it's much more simple than that, isn't it? It's £2.75. £2.75. £2.74 per strand. There you go. Got there in the end. Sorry to be a little bit shocked at dealing with price points of under £3 for genuine cultured pearls, for a 40cm strand of Smokey quartz. How about the polished 3mm rounds of Smokey quartz combined with the petal cuts in your magenta shell there as well? £10.95 works out at less than £2.75 per strand. That's amazing value, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. There you go. I have to say, some of the bundles that you have been putting together, Helena, are massively impressive in terms of the value.
That's stunning, yeah.
We're always pretty confident that we're offering you amazing value here at JewelleryMaker, but these wholesale bundles on the Late Show that we're seeing at the moment, pearls, gems of distinction, strands, for these kind of price points, unbelievable. Stock up right now. It's almost like we started the January sales early here. We're not even at December yet. £10.95. I am going to have to leave it with you. Actually, it's getting a little bit limited in availability, that particular deal. I think it's since people saw Jan's necklace design. Everybody wants to emulate that one, Jan. Okay, £10.95 for that deal. That was at less than £3 per strand. Very, very impressive when you got cultured pearls, 2 strands of Smokey quartz, and of course, those gorgeous shell droplets. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you. We've got to go to a quick break, and that will lead us in to the final hour of the Late Show this evening. And of course, as ever, we'll be inching ever closer to our superstar buy, which is of course those beautiful little silver floral spaces. So don't move a muscle. We'll be back in 2.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidurist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
Join JewelleryMaker and guest designer Mark Smith for our long-awaited macrame workshop. Get to know the essential techniques and knotting formations to create these vastly popular designs. Learn square stitch, twist stitch, slip knot and much more. The full course includes a range of different threading materials, a selection of gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you. JewelleryMaker is getting ready for Christmas and we'd like to treat you. Spend £50 or more with us today and you'll receive a free gift up to the value of $49.95. Offer is only valid while stocks last, so make sure you get in quick.
Come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on a creative journey building face canes from polymer clay. Debbie will guide you through the different stages of how to build each part of the face. Then you will focus on adding detail and character to your piece. Get creative and make personalised designs with this exciting workshop. The full course includes a block of ecru and translucent polymer clay, an array of polymer clay colours to add detail, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum and shop. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the final hour of the late show here on JewelleryMaker. Don't panic, we're going to make it worth your while. We've got these beautiful little silver plated floral connectors coming up at some point in the next 50 minutes. I will keep you updated when I get a confirmation of when we're going to bring these to screen. I don't think it's going to be at the very end of the show because we do have quite a healthy quantity, but we saw how quickly they sold out last week. We just want to give everybody an equal opportunity to get involved. Superstar Buy coming up probably in the next half an hour or so. So not long to wait for those silver connectors. Now this evening, and I'll be honest, this wasn't planned, it's just seems to be the natural flow of the show, is that we've talked about the idea of selling your designs predominantly and how profitable jewellery making can be as a craft and as a hobby. Of course, it's only a matter of time before people start to turn their hobby into a small business when they are creating jewellery designs. And we heard from Janet that she has now sort of landed a bit of consistent business from a traditional jeweller's with her pearl necklace designs. Now, if you're going to a more traditional venue and you're selling to customers, you know, the general public, I think people these days have a certain expectation of what they want to receive, particularly when they're being offered a bespoke item. And of course, luxury items are never essential. Generally, they're not essential. So it is about creating a feeling for your customer, for the potential wearer, that it is a luxury item. They want to feel special when they put the item of jewellery on, and that starts from the second you make your initial contact. When you start to talk to people about gemstones and about the one-off kind of jewellery that you can create, the bespoke nature of your designs, these are all concepts that add to the value and the feeling of luxury surrounding handmade jewellery. And another way that you can really highlight your passion, your attention to detail and your professionalism is in the way that you present these items to your customers. So, you know, actually, especially at this time of year, and I know for the hobbyists out there this is almost tedious, but it is something that I think you will be considering in the coming year. Now, one thing that can set you apart is the way in which you present them. Now, what you can do is you can have a real range of gift wrapping available on your stall, and so this allows you to naturally create a price range, if you like, to your suite of jewellery. So, you know, if somebody's spending, you know, between £5 and £20, you might offer them a golden organza bag. Once somebody starts to move up and maybe they're buying more intimate items, such as maybe a prong set ring that features one of our calibrated stones that might be £30, £40, you might start to put them into some of the gift boxes, for example, or maybe, you know, a vintage style. You know, if you'd made a solitaire ring, I know Jan's a massive advocate of creating ring design. Oh, there you go. Is that when you said, "Oh, there's going to be a little treat in here"? You meant for you. There's a little treat in here for you. This is the ring that Jan. So I tell you what. All of a sudden, you know, you were saying you would probably sell it for £10.
Not in a box like that, I wouldn't.
But if you put it in a box like that, all of a sudden, that's like a £35 ring.
Yeah.
It's instantly added value. We're talking about putting it in essentially a cardboard box, but this is not uncommon. This is how some of the biggest jewellers in the world have developed that luxury branding. I mean, you won't get too many complaints if you deliver a blue box to a lady this Christmas. I think most people would understand that that link, but all the blokes in the room were like, "What? Why would she want a blue box?" Thinking of Tiffany's there, but it's true, isn't it? You know, Tiffany's, of course, very established as probably the most luxurious jewellers on the planet, other than Jan, and
yes, of course.
And you know, really the most prominent association with that luxury jeweller is their gift box. That blue box, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could do just the same here. We've got the monochrome varieties with the ribbons. We have had a text from Fran. Evening all. The bags and boxes are a good way of sorting jewellery that's been made and storing it. So this is a good way. So if you put it in the box and it looks amazing, you know that's going to the craft fair. And also, maybe you can actually form a little bit of storage in between taking them to the actual craft fair. How many of these bags do we get? Do we get 10 of these? So 10 of your sort of golden or champagne coloured organza bags. Then you've got the 3 varying sizes in your monochrome boxes, and you also get the little ring box there as well. You can see how effective that is at adding value to your overall design. So there's a lot going on here, and all at an add it to your order price. There you go. So if you were to buy all of these individually, it would be $15.80. Already amazing value when you think of what it adds to the overall perception of your jewellery. But wow, $8.95. $8.95. I mean, to be honest, if you did want to, you could potentially use this as another profit maker, couldn't you? I suppose you could say, would you like a box? It's £1. Would you like a bag? It's 50p. And you make your money back because, well, you've got enough to make your money back. But I think in terms of just adding value and setting yourself apart from other designers, I think it's essential if you're selling your designs to present it in an appropriate way.
Definitely, and I think if you are doing craft fairs and you are selling, how many times I've walked around a craft fair and seen somebody walking around with a pretty little bag and thought, oh, which store did they get that from? You know, and you put something in that organza bag, drop a little card in there or something with your details on, and people are walking around with that bag, and so people are going to come and search you out.
It's almost worked then. It's almost become branding for that store because you're looking out for that store, aren't you? When you see the actual sort of branding from the gift bags, not even from the jewellery design. It starts with this. I was talking about this last week. A very successful UK businessman was telling me that branding starts with the type of card you use for your business card. That's what sets you apart from other people in the same industry. Attention to detail. So he wouldn't even let his the plumbers that work for him go into somebody's house if they haven't polished their shoes in the morning. Send them home. So that, you know, attention to detail is key when people want a good job doing. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, I love this. It's the faceted. Oh no, that's the Rutile quartz. Sorry, these are the slabs, aren't they? Yes. Sorry, I'm myself all confused. I'll tell you what though. What about that as a combination? Citrine and Rutile quartz together. Ooh. Fantastic faceting as well on both strands. Right now I'm about to bring you Citrine, of course, this month's birthstone. Some people might not even be aware of the birthstones, but of course it is, again, big business for crafters, isn't it, to offer people birthstone jewellery. It shows that little bit of that care and thought from the person offering this to the recipient. So, you know, you might have a lot of people who are investing in designs which they intend to give on as gifts, and of course they might not have that same depth of knowledge about gemstones and jewellery as you do, and if you start to inform people that this is in fact November's birthstone, might end up leading to greater sales. On this particular strand, very, very sizable slabs of citrine. Doesn't sound romantic, but it certainly encapsulates the ideal here because they're massive, as Lucy would say. They range from 18 by 14 to 26 by 17. Fantastic faceting, again, quite distinctive because it gives you that almost reflective quality. You wouldn't associate that traditionally with a gemstone with this much clarity, but you can see it definitely there, that play of light on the surface of the gemstone. Over 400 carats on this particular strand. November's birthstone here. Gorgeous golden tones. Again, you could set these with virtually anything really, whether you're going to use some of the earthier colours. I'm thinking about maybe the frosted smoky quartz and the faceted formal rounds. They'd work with this, wouldn't they? But you can go in a completely different direction. I like that actually. The golds and the purples work as well, don't they? And then you've got similar cuts and faceting. It's almost like you're creating an ametrine design, if you like.
I just want them and just get them out every now and again and look at them.
I'm going to be honest, that was a bit of a happy accident. I didn't realise how good that was going to look until I put them together, but both Jan and Helena are giving that the thumbs up, so I know that's a winning combination.
Beautiful.
We're bringing that later in the hour. Right now, these gorgeous slabs of citrine, and they're available for a ridiculous price point. I forgot where I took that from. I didn't there. Now this is a premiere launch of this particular strand of citrine, so we've never seen these faceted slabs previously, and of course that means we're going to be able to give you an exclusive launch price this evening. This is your best opportunity to get involved. We only have a limited number in stock, $14.95 for 450 carats of citrine this evening. You've got to be dialing that free phone number right now, surely. I mean, by adding larger carat weights into designs, not only does it mean there's probably less work involved, but also people will associate that with higher price points. So again, it means you don't need to work quite so hard to justify your price points. Yeah. People are going to feel much more comfortable, parting with their cash if you're working with very sizable gemstones. On top of that, when you're working with the larger cuts in these gemstones, it's almost the inclusions or the imperfections that provide you with your style, if you like. Shows that they are Mother Nature's creations, that they're not just sort of machine-driven pieces of glass that have been mass-produced. These have been created by Mother Nature herself. 450 carats of citrine this evening for $14.95, but that is a premiere launch. I'm expecting it to be a sellout deal, so make sure if you're adding that to your basket, you check out to avoid disappointment. Going to move on to another premiere launch. This time, your golden rutile quartz, and I'm going to put them together just because they do work so beautifully. You don't have to use them together. Look at that, I just love it. Then we're sort of ranging from the champagne tones up to the sort of 18 karat gold hues, aren't we? Absolutely fantastic, I love that. You might want to use them together just because they complement each other quite beautifully, or you might choose to work with this gemstone independently, because again you've got the classic cut here, the top drill drop, the sort of petal shaped cut, which is of course very popular with jewellery designers, whether you're using it as dragonfly wings or to make floral motifs, that's always popular. But a Marquise cut is one of the most traditional gemstone cuts anyway, naturally associated with luxury jewellery because it's such a wasteful cut, and of course because it does elongate the shape of the finger or attracts attention to the décolletage, for example. So that's why the Marquise cut is so popular. And again, top quality gemstones, you can see that's highlighted in the way they've been checkerboard faceted by the lapidarists. This for me is a collector's gemstone. Beautiful finish that you get in the gemstone means that Mother Nature has created a unique finish to each and every gemstone, tends to attract attention from people who understand the world of gemstones and gemology. I know, for example, that the owner of the company, Steve Bennett, is really drawn to golden rutile quartz. 2 or 3 samples of this in his own personal collection in the museum. 90 carats of golden rutile quartz. Sorry, did we have a request there? I missed that. Ah, okay, sorry. It's just that a few of our customers have texted and say, can we see it a bit closer? Because you want to see the rutilations. So there you go. This is people who understand really the concept that we were discussing there. The imperfections are what make this gemstone so perfect for people who are passionate about gemstones. Look at that. Looks like angel hair or spun sugar inside the gemstone. Love the combination of colours there as well, from the sort of champagne hues as I described earlier to almost sort of 18 karat gold shimmers. It's absolutely out of this world, isn't it? Love the cut again. I mean, what would you do with this one, Gem?
Well, again, rings as well.
Ring designs.
They're perfect for rings, aren't they?
Absolutely.
They're just beautiful.
You could quite easily make a matching set as well, couldn't you, I suppose, because you only need 2 gemstones for your droplet style earrings. Simply feed them onto your shepherd hooks. You
could use the centre one actually as just a lovely pendant, and then the smaller ones for earrings. So, you know, you could do such a lot with it. But when I see it, I see
rings.
Yeah.
Why not? You know, this is another thing that people won't really understand until they have attended quite a few craft fairs. So you get an idea for what sells, what works for you.
Yeah.
And then, of course, that might be the route to go down. You might find that your style of jewellery making is dictated to you by what sells.
Yeah.
So if people are constantly buying your solitaire rings, you might as well focus on creating solitaire rings.
But purely from a selfish point of view as well,
yes.
If I make a ring, I'm going to be looking at it, I can see it. So for me, personally, I wear
That's a great way of thinking about it, because you're
going to see the beauty of it as well. I mean, if you wear a necklace, other people are appreciating that beauty, which is fabulous, but it's nice to get a bit of it yourself as well, isn't it?
As well. Yeah. No, I totally agree. I was saying that earlier, it's about how it makes the person wearing it feel as much as you as the designer. Okay, lots and lots of people coming through for this one. Not surprised. I have to be honest, we don't see golden rutile quartz that often here on Jewellery Maker, and at $14.95, absolute no-brainer. Start dialing that free phone number right now. Once again, very, very versatile strand, because of course those golden tones will lend themselves to so many different designs, because you've got the natural metallic tone that we'd associate with traditional jewellery design. $14.95, that's amazing, isn't it, for golden rutile quartz? And of course, didn't even really get much of a chance to discuss the fact these have been checkerboard faceted as well, so again, adding to that feeling of tradition and luxury there.
That's exactly it, luxury. They look opulent, don't they?
They do.
They look expensive. Just one would just look expensive.
And you can also feed into that idea that no one's going to mistake these for synthetics either, can you? You can see they're genuine gemstones, so that sets you apart from other designers as well, doesn't it?
Definitely.
Amazing opportunity to bring you this gemstone, especially samples which are so high end. This is an elite strand of golden rutile quartz, faceted to perfection, and brought to you this evening at a premiere launch price of $14.95. If you've never experienced this gemstone before, make use of your extended money back guarantee. Get these home, dial that free phone number right now and add them to your 1 P&P per day. 90 carats of golden rutile quartz, a premiere launch price tonight of $14.95. I have one last look before I make a very exciting announcement. There you go, look at that, beautiful. Fantastic. Okay, I have to let everybody in on a little secret, and everybody's whispering it to me now. It's superstar buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. This is the Superstar Buy. Tends to be our most exclusive launch of the evening, and tonight we're doing it a little bit earlier because we know about the popularity of this item. We don't want to run out of time and confuse anybody. We do have a fairly healthy quantity, but of course the second the graphics hit the screen, you can start dialing the free phone number. Do that immediately to put yourself to the front of the queue. Alternatively, if you are adding these to your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, I'm pretty sure people are going to be taking 2s and 3s of these. Make sure you check out. We had the rose gold variety last week on Thursday. Flew out the door. Sell out. And I think the silver variety are going to be equally as popular. These are your little floral or 4-leaf clover shaped connectors. Love the shape here. Actually, do you know what? We're thinking traditionally about the sort of floral shape, or the 4-leaf clover, if you like, as a little good luck charm potentially. But actually, looking at it there, almost has a sort of Celtic feel to it as well. Yes. Do you know what I mean? Almost like a sort of Rennie McIntosh style jewellery design might feature something like this. Wow.
You could set those into sort of polymer clay, couldn't you?
Sorry?
Set them into polymer clay.
Absolutely, I never thought of
that. Of jewel enamel or resin in the middle of it.
That'd be amazing.
Add some colours to them.
That'd be great, yeah. So, you know what? This is the beauty of having one of our expert designers on the show, because they're more in tune with identifying the scope for findings. This is key to jewellery design in my view. A lot of the times when you start to approach your jewellery designs in more of an innovative way, you start to think outside the box and use certain findings to create alternative looks, to create texture and dimension to your designs. This is when people start to see you as a professional jewellery designer as opposed to a crafter. And for me, these are the kind of items that do that. In fact, we've just been discussing this at length, haven't we? The idea that attention to detail is what's going to lead to you growing your customer base and getting repeat business. Yes, people want to see, you know, a stylish clasp. They want to see a professional finish, but attention to detail is key. And you can see here how they can add to any design. This is what Jan's put together. I counted them earlier. I think there's about 15 to 20 pearls on that design. And to be honest, the silver work is adding as much depth to the design as the pearls are. Would you?
Yeah.
Is that what you're going for, Jan?
Yeah, definitely. I think, I think that the pearls and the connectors, they just complement each other.
Yes, they do.
Absolutely beautiful. And I've only got round to making one earring.
We get the idea.
I should make the other one.
No, absolutely.
But the bottom, what I wanted to say is the bottom of that drop, I've actually cut off the loop and just sort of filed it down. So you could have that as the finish to the drop.
Okay.
Down here, I didn't want the little loop on the end. I wanted it to stop at a point, so I just sort of snipped that off and filed it down. So you've got the option to do that, really.
Fantastic. Can we just go back to see the earring design? Sorry, because just while Jan was talking about it, I didn't quite see the whole design there. So you can just see the finish and the detailing on the piece itself. Absolutely gorgeous. Now we have sprung this on Jan a little bit, so she's only made one of the earrings so far, but you get the idea of how effective the finding is within the design. Love the fact that you found the little slider clasp, which mirrors the shape. It's fantastic, that is. Oh, I've just realised we haven't even put the price on screen yet. We've got so many people on the phone lines. I just forgot that part. $8.95. We actually get 145 pieces of silver-plated connectors here. Fran, regular contributor to the show, has texted in to say double up the connectors and link them, and there's a ring.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be honest, I'm confused. What do we do? Sorry. Like that?
You can link them together.
Like a daisy chain style sort of design.
That.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I love that idea, Fran. Sorry, I was being.
Or you could just use one as the centre part of the ring and then use some wire to sort of wrap that around.
There you go. Yeah, that's what I was thinking before, and it almost has. That's when I thought, oh, it almost looks quite Celtic when it's on its own, doesn't it? Yeah, but I mean, you could use them actually without the pearls if you just wanted something really subtle as an everyday piece to wear in the office. You know, some people have quite strict, almost uniforms to wear in office situations, environments. You just wanted silver tones, you could literally create a daisy chain but using silver plated.
Well, if you've got a pendant, that's sort of a flower pendant or something, you could just make a complete chain of them to hang your pendant from.
Yeah, and that again adds to the cohesion within the design. That again is what sets you apart from a crafter. Yes, when you start out on your sort of jewellery making adventure, you want to add as many strings to your bow as you can. You want to experiment and add different design techniques and styles to your repertoire, but ultimately you are going to probably sort of get to the end of that part of your journey at some point, and you're going to start to think, this is much better than what I'm seeing on the high street. I wonder if I can sell my designs. That's the next challenge. Do you know what? People go full circle. So what happens is they have their journey of learning their discipline, they start to sell their designs, then they become almost, you know, you could end up becoming a household name. You could be one of our expert designers here on JewelleryMaker. And what I'm starting to see now is people who've been involved in the industry for over a decade now coming back to JewelleryMaker as our expert designers, but booking themselves onto other designers' workshops so they can start to develop their own skills. So, you know, it's never ending really, isn't it? Jewellery design, but these are the kind of items that do set you apart from, you know, your handmade crafters, so that people can see you as a professional jewellery designer. And you know, that's the kind of thing that Jan's experiencing at the moment, where people are asking her to create pearl necklaces as professional commissions for their jewellery boutique or jewellers. I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? And would you use items like this in classic designs as well then, Jan?
Yeah, I think that absolutely beautiful, and I think, like you say, with pearls, just sort of using them to sort of space out your pearls, and it's going to make your gemstones go a lot further as well.
Very true.
So it's adding design, but it's been economical with your gemstones.
Absolutely.
Without sort of deterring away from the design. I think that's stunning. I think they're beautiful.
Okay, now I have to make everybody aware, half the stock has now been allocated on this item. I did say we had quite healthy stock levels, but well over 100 have been allocated to people's orders. I've probably got about another 30 or 40 placed in people's baskets. If I were you, I'd add these to your order immediately, particularly if you've already got your order up and running. So if you've paid your $2.95 for today, and you want to add these to your order, they're available right now for $8.95. Again, that is an exclusive launch price. There you go, you can see some of my expert tweezer skills. They just got carried away, I'll tell you why, just because of the beauty of the actual piece itself. So, as Jan rightly says, adds detail, character, texture to your designs. Also makes your gemstones go further. Also adds a little bit of value because you've got the silver plating there. But I think the shape is really what it's about, but given that it is a connector and it's a very useful mechanic, it can allow you to develop your designs in other ways as well, because of course you could use this as maybe a clasp, or you could use it to incorporate multiple strands and weaves into your designs as well, so it might increase the intricacy.
Actually, that's a really good idea. But jump ring through maybe 3 of them and let the flower sort of fan out,
like that?
and then you've got your 3 points to connect. Yes,
I
good
feel
idea.
like I inspired you then,
You did
Jan.
actually. When you said it, it sort of clicked.
I'm having that. $8.95 for 145 pieces, and as I say, probably around about 2/3 of the stock's been allocated. So if you do want to add these to your order, you do need to act with a little bit of urgency. As I say, I never want to put any pressure on anybody, and it would be pretty pointless because you have until the 31st of January to make your final decision. But can't see too many people returning these, if I'm honest, because the value's so incredible there. Silver plated floral connectors, 10 by 5 millimeters in size, and they're available right now for $8.95. Huge number of people flying through on the phone lines, and we have created a short queue. So if you do come through and you're not immediately answered by one of our lovely help team, don't stress, don't panic, just stay where you are. Somebody will be with you shortly to answer you in the order in which you dial in. And how many, sorry? Okay, so probably about 30 people waiting on the phone lines. Don't panic, you will be answered very, very soon. We still have stock available, but if you are one of the 30 or 40 people who've got it placed in your basket, I would check out, because there's a lot of people multi-buying. Still got around about 100 in stock, so not too much pressure, but you know, who knows how many people are going to add to their order. $8.95 this evening, that was our superstar buy. It will remain on our website for the next 60 minutes or while stocks last, and while people are still coming through on the phone lines, we will put the information along the bottom of the screen, just so you know they are still in stock. But of course, we did say we'd try and find something for everyone. Maybe you're not after silver connectors tonight, although at that price I think pretty much everyone is, but you know, I feel like we've really neglected pearls this evening, don't you? Only joking. We said like they're probably a key consideration for most jewellery makers because they fit into any genre, they suit any age range, and when you're working with genuine cultured pearls, you're instantly adding value to your designs because, well, we've talked about the kind of price points you can achieve, and Jan's even been told she's been undervaluing her pearl jewellery. So there you go. A lovely combination of colours here, and you've got the Mulberry Baroque pearls in the larger size, the 9 by 8 millimeter size, so again more of those sort of festive mulled wine tones, and then a little bit more depth in the alternative strand, but the perfect accents pearl because they're a little bit smaller. They're 5mm, but they're beautiful burgundy pearls there. They're kind of a big deal. If you want to get involved with this particular deal, however, it is a little bit limited in availability. So anytime we create a double trouble deal, you might find that one of the strands is last of stock, and therefore we only have a certain number to go round. You know how to overcome that particular problem. Dial that free phone number early, put yourself to the front of the queue. Alternatively, if you're logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, click to buy now and make sure you're checking out your basket. This is gonna fly when you see the price point that we're offering you here for 2 strands of cultured pearls in these very rich, festive colour tones. You know this is gonna be popular. Normally, this combination, what? So I don't understand. You could normally get both strands for $12.90. Sorry, I was just questioning. That's amazing. That doesn't happen very often, I'll tell you that. And just said, are you speechless? I actually am. Do you know, I don't even want to think about the $9.95 price point. I'm still trying to deal with the fact that you could normally buy them for $12.90. That doesn't make too much sense to me. So normally they're an average of £6.50 per strand. Right now, they're £4.98 for cultured pearls. I told you, limited availability on this one, I'm afraid. We only had 32 available in stock, but that means there's going to be 32 lucky jewellery makers that are getting 2 strands of pearls for £5 a strand. I'm not surprised. She said, I think people are multi-buying. Yeah, I bet they are at £5 a strand for pearls. No wonder Jacqueline's got 2, Mary's got 2, Michelle's got 2, new buyer got 2. We're now approaching very, very limited availability, so this is going to become oversubscribed just shortly. We've got about 10 people with this in your basket. You need to check out immediately because I've still got people coming through on the free phone number. Unsurprising when you're offering people genuine cultured pearls, 2 strands for less than £10. Blown away by that kind of value. That's what we're all about, of course, here at Jewellery Maker, but you know, I'm just thinking about some of the sort of industry information we've been sharing with our customers recently about the potential increase on the price of pearls as we move into the new year. Of course, we know that production of pearls is down by 40%, and any time you get a reduction in production, you get an increase in price. That sounds like there is a little slogan in there somewhere. Okay, handful of these remaining in stock. Gorgeous colour tones, ridiculous price point. I'm actually shocked. Okay, we're moving on. Oh, I love this. We've got loads of treats here. I'll tell you what, if you got the Citrine slabs, like that for a combination.
Ooh.
You like that, Jan? On to a winner here, I think.
I'm getting a bit closer.
It's not just the colour combination, actually.
No.
Once again, the faceting is
I love
almost
smoky quartz.
mirroring. I love that.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
That is a fantastic combination, actually. Even if I say so myself. But what we're about to bring you right now is the premiere launch of these smoky quartz wheels. They are faceted, and the thing I love about the faceting here is that it's on the outer edge of the gemstone. So depending on how you set the gemstone, you're always going to get a play of light. You're always going to get that gorgeous luster. They're fantastic, aren't they?
They're stunning, aren't they?
What about alongside the frosted druzy rounds as well? Because we matched those up with smoky quartz at the time, but I think with the faceting it'd look gorgeous because you get that sparkle on both gemstones. That's a great idea.
They're amazing. Gems
of distinction strand of smoky quartz here, so top quality. you still get a subtle variation in the colour tones here. So some are a little more saturated than others. Again, that gives you design scope, gives you creative opportunities. Premiere launch of this particular strand of Smokey Quartz, one of our most popular gemstones here at JewelleryMaker. Certainly designers tend to rely on this. Again, this is almost the ultimate transitional stand. I find that so many designers rely on Smokey Quartz to tie other colour tones together.
Well, it's like black, you know, you look at a gemstone and black will go with anything.
Absolutely.
Smoky Quartz, the same.
Offers you the same opportunity, but it's a little softer, a little more subtle.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
65 carats in total, and again, you do get a graduation in the size, ranging from 5x2 to 9x3. Here comes your premiere launch price tonight. I'm getting a little bit worried now.
What?
It's quite right, Jan. What? Director Bruce says he's not happy with his price, he wants it off screen. Producer Helena says no. $7.95. Now, I can't guarantee we'll be able to honour this launch price at 9 AM tomorrow morning. So my advice would be add this to your order as quickly as possible. How many of these do we have in stock? Okay, quite a healthy stock level once again, but I imagine that's going to prove to be very, very popular, especially at that price. Amazing. Okay, we're going to move on. Now which one was box number 15? Okay, now I moved it out of the box because I put it into one of these little collection boxes that we've got coming up later. Now, when you receive your amethyst, it will come with your certificate of authenticity. And you can see here, I've just placed it inside one of these little storage boxes because we do have the opportunity for you to add these to your order potentially coming up. So just so I could show you how effective they were, I put it inside one. But you'll receive the gemstone with your certificate of authenticity. This is a Colomo amethyst, so come from a specific location. It offers you quite a distinctive colour tone, quite a traditional purple amethyst. You get that intensity. It's not quite as deep as the sort of regal tones. Instead, this is a little bit more feminine, I would say. You get a slight pink hue coming through. I love this. Now, we only have a limited number available. As I say, it doesn't come in this box. Just put that there for presentation purposes. We do have the boxes available later in the hour. In fact, well, pretty much immediately, because we are approaching the end of the show. This is 0.6 carats of Colomo amethyst in one individual gemstone. So over half a carat of amethyst in this one natural amethyst. This is exactly as Mother Nature intended it. Calibrated size there, 7x5mm, so classic cut for your sort of prong setting designs. I just want to get it out because I want to show you the depth of the gemstone actually. While we do, I'm going to have to bring the price on screen. They're already flying out the door. Unsurprising really, $14.95. Why can I not open this? Oh, I can. I'm really bright, aren't I? Here we go. Just want to show you the depth of the gemstone because this can be a key consideration when you're setting it into your prong. I would say you want an open gallery so you can see the depth on the gemstone itself. See that? It's not small, is it? It's quite sizable.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
You've got to see the skin tone really, haven't you? Look at that for a solitaire ring.
You want it so that the light sort of goes through it from underneath, don't you?
Absolutely. Yeah. You really want to make the most of the colour tone there. You want the light and the clarity. Yes. Because it's such high quality amethyst. It's just incredible. Okay. I'm going to put that back in there. Are we doing the boxes? Sorry, I misunderstood. Oh, sorry, $14.95. You said you haven't even told people the price. Yeah, $14.95 for 60 points of Colomo amethyst. There is brilliant cut. We did show you that depth on the gemstone itself. Amazing opportunity for collectors or people interested in those sort of prong setting kits as well. I'm now going to bring you the little collection boxes. In fact, this is the actually this is a bundle, isn't it? You get both sets here. So I've put cheeky little cosmic topaz in the 3 box set. This would be great actually if you did know that somebody's passion for gemstones had developed through their hobby and now they wanted to put together their own personal collection. This could be a great way for them to get started. You could just buy them a couple of the gemstones from the Gem Collector range. You don't want to fill them up because you want to give them the potential to collect more of their favourite gemstones. Mark Smith would love this one, wouldn't he? This would be a real popular one with some of our experts. So you actually get 9 individual storage trays. You get a 6-pack and a 3-pack if you like. Get those little individual pots of quartz which are perfect. Actually, do you know what this is good for? If somebody has now started to develop their business and rather than just attending craft fairs, they're starting to maybe have more one-on-one consultations with their customers, this could be a good way just to highlight the gemstones you can source.
Yeah.
So you could actually have an amethyst, an apatite, a citrine, and you could have these classic cuts and you could say these are the gemstones I can source. The larger the carat weight, the lower the saturation of colour or the greater the irregularity. So you can make it clear. I'm not saying to sort of mislead any of your customers, but just to give them an idea of the quality of the gemstones you can source, be a good way to present.
It's a professional way of presenting it, isn't it? If you're having a consultation with someone, then it's a perfect way of presenting them.
Absolutely. So just to be clear, you don't get the gemstones, but you do get the 6-pot box and the 3-pot tray, if it is. There you go, there's everything you're going to get. We've actually had a question from one of our lovely customers. It's come through from Fran. Getting involved lots tonight, Fran. Thank you so much for your interaction. Of course, we welcome your interaction. Never feel that you shouldn't get involved with the show. Just text through and we will put it on screen. Do those boxes have the hanging hole at the back? Is this the little boxes? I don't think they do. There's no holes on the back.
No.
No. So I don't think they have a hanging hole. You know what you want to get? Actually, just had an idea as well. Sometimes for presenting things, there's little double sticky things.
Yes.
You can just stick them to anything then, can't you? Okay, let's get the price on screen because we are going to give you a wholesale deal here. Normally it'd be $10.90 for the 2 individual boxes, but this evening we are going to give you an add it to your order bundle price point of $7.95. Great way to add a couple of storage solutions or presentation solutions to your collection of jewellery making paraphernalia. Available right now for $7.95, and we are going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Okie dokie. Another strand of beautiful Marquisite. We had a strand of this on Thursday evening. Really, really popular, and I think it's because, again, it's an alternative variety. It's not the traditional Marquisite that you might see set into, say, sort of Victorian style jewellery designs. Traditionally more metallic tones that you get from Marquisite, but these are almost reminiscent of lapis lazuli because you've got this almost, it's like that gold leaf banding on the surface, isn't it? Now, from a distance, these almost look like they're a navy blue tone, but when you see them in the flesh, they're amethyst purple. Absolutely gorgeous. We know that this is one of the most popular colour tones for many, many designers out there. In fact, you voted it that way on the Hub a few weeks back. That's the new interactive segment to our morning show. I'm just thinking, top drilled, perfect rounds. I know that Jan's mind is only going one way.
I wasn't going to say it. I was going to get boring, but I'm glad you said it. But yeah, definitely.
But they do.
And they sit perfectly for that because the drill hole is sort of not straight through the centre.
They're not through drills.
They sit perfect.
Yeah. You don't see that often on the perfect rounds, do you?
No. And they're beautiful as well.
I love that.
Little planets, don't they?
They do. They absolutely do. That's because of that little bit of a sort of metallic banding on the surface there. Totally unique to each gemstone. I mean that. Yeah. Almost looks like
beautiful.
The continents, doesn't it? Yeah, no, I can see exactly where you're going with that one. I mean, don't have to create solitaire rings. Actually, quite a subtle matching set if you had the droplet style earrings and a pendant. You don't see round pendants that often.
No, and they'd sit perfectly on a neckline piece as well. So if you put a gemstone in between, because they're going to drop down below that line, aren't they? So you've got that texture to a design as well.
So that actually, the way they've been drilled will add to the natural sort of flow
without
of the
any
design. You
effort,
don't need to do anything. They'll just hang that way. Brilliant. There you go then. Massive benefit to a lot of jewellery makers, and that's why so many people are already on the phone lines. 10mm rounds, 150 carats of purple marquisite. Wow, there you go. $6.95. Here was I thinking that Jan and I were inspiring you, and all the time it was Helena's price point. $6.95 again, and add it to your order deal here. This is the way to benefit from the 1 P&P opportunity of just $2.95 per day. That will run from midnight till midnight, so this could be one of your final opportunities to maximise on, I suppose, what is a very cost-effective way of buying from us here at JewelleryMaker, because no matter how many items you add to your order, you only ever pay 1 P&P of just $2.95. Amazing deal. And of course, we're also bringing you genuine gemstones for wholesale price points, all thanks to your loyal custom that we have this buying power. And I think you can see that we're making it worth your while, because the price points are really becoming incredible, especially when you set it against the quality of the gemstones. Amazing deals. $6.95. I've got to leave that one with you. We want to fit in as many as we can. Where did you say, sorry? Okay, another premiere launch. Now this is quite interesting, because again I can see this sitting inside any design. Not only is it a very traditional colour tone for most jewellery designs, but you've got perfect 10mm rounds, faceted to perfection. So you can't go wrong with this. I'm just thinking, what do you need, 5 or 7 for a macrame bracelet?
Yeah.
Of a masculine design.
Perfect for that, isn't it?
If you've got nephews or godsons, what have you, perfect. They're not going to complain because of that gorgeous colour tone. It's traditionally more associated with masculine jewellery designs, but of course it'll fit into any ensemble for feminine jewellery. I mean, you could put that alongside rich amethyst purples. I think it would work. In fact, I'll get those right now because I think that'll work. Oh yeah, that's good, isn't it? I like that. Gorgeous. But equally, you could go for something a bit more shocking. Actually, because of the purple hues in those mulberry pearls, that works. That looks nice, actually, doesn't it?
And smoky quartz. Put smoky quartz with it.
As well as? Instead
exchange the pearls for the smoky quartz.
No worries. Yeah, browns and blues, another fantastic combination, isn't it? It's another classic look there. Oh, I like that one. I would have the maybe the smoky quartz on the inside of the buttonhole and the faceted blue on the outside for a pair of cufflinks. That might look nice. Okay, got to bring the price on screen. These are already being allocated to orders. This is a premiere launch. These have never been seen before this evening, and we're going to give you a premiere launch price, $7.95. Another add it to your order price. This time for your blue agate, 10mm round. So again, quite easy to work with if you are a beginner, but of course if you're more focused on the kind of techniques that you want to put together, then again the perfect rounds tend to fit into some of those designs a bit easier, don't they? Gonna have to leave that one with you. We want to get through as many as we can. $7.95, congratulations. Oh, actually I'm going to keep it because we've now got your star cut clear quartz. Have a look at this. This is quite interesting because if you bought these gemstones now, they have almost like an icy winter-like feel to them. But as you move through the seasons, when you get to sort of spring and summer times, they're going to have almost a sort of nautical feel to them. So they're going to work again as a combination.
They're a beautiful cut, aren't they?
The cut here is what this strand is all about for me. On the face of it, it almost looks like a faceted round, but actually they've been given that extra facet on the outer extremity here of the gemstone. I'll try and hold them like that so you can see that it does come to a point, and that is known as a star cut and so they're offering you a little bit more texture than a traditional faceted round. They're absolutely incredible. Again, bridal wear, they're perfect, aren't they? Because you get that extra sparkle. The greater the number of facets, the greater the play of light, and traditionally you get more sparkle. That's exactly what you're going to get from this particular strand. Well over 200 carats on this particular strand. Got to get the price on screen again. They're flying out the door at $11.95. I can imagine one of these actually just on the end of an extender chain.
Yes.
Because, you know, again, it might feed into that attention to detail, that branding, but also offers a little bit of extra dynamism to the design because of that beautiful facet. You don't really want to pile them all into one design, do you?
Just that on its own, on some silver chain or something like you say, it'd just be stunning, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Gorgeous.
I mean, they're exceptional, aren't they? $11.95. I'm going to leave that one to one side. In fact, I'm going to come over and join you, Jan. We're going to have a look at all of your designs. Are they all over there now?
Oh, I'll put them
Shall
over
I
there.
just
Do you want
keep
me to go and
on
get them?
moving? I'm going to keep going. I'm going to go and get them. I'm going to go and get them. I'm going to bring some of these beautiful pearl designs over first. They are rather spectacular. Look at that.
There we do.
I love this design. It's gorgeous. Jan's just keeps coming. You've had a busy evening, really, haven't you?
I have actually, yeah.
Especially
great.
since.
I've enjoyed it. There's a couple of rings gone missing. I don't know where they've gone, but not pointing the finger at anybody.
I swear I picked one up for Helena. I don't know where it's gone now. Oh no, it was in the little ring box, wasn't it? That's where it was.
And that goes with these cards.
Oh. Here it is. I found it for you, Helena. Fantastic. Look at all of these very, very inspirational designs. I think here, really, you're highlighting the fact that it's not always about the gemstones, it's not always about the technique, it's about, you know, what I was discussing before about having a little bit of strategy in your design process. So
yeah. And I think sometimes it's not about over egging the pudding, really.
Yeah.
I think look at the gemstones and see how to get the best from that particular gemstone, and that might be by lots of wire work.
Absolutely. It's about making a judgment call and creating a balanced and sort of collection, really.
Yeah.
Okay, just enough time for me to thank all of the guys for putting together the show, particularly Glenn, who's been doing the work of two, Helena for her prices, Jan for amazing inspiration, and of course you for joining us. Thank you and good night.